you can hear us all and see us all, and welcome to Photo Talk episode 20. And here we are now in the beginning of the Christmas season, obviously, and for our last photo review for 2023. Now in the beginning of the Christmas season, obviously, and for our last photo review for 2023. Now in the beginning of the Christmas season, obviously. I hear myself again.
Hello.
Thank you for your faith in me.
Due to technical difficulties, the show is going to be postponed until next Saturday.
Neither was trying to watch it on the TV and got to get the sound figured out.
Oh, go ahead. Yeah, I just make sure mine was off. The volume on the web.
Yeah,
So.
kill the volume, man. Kill the volume. I'm going to say hi to some people while we're starting off here.
So put the headphones on.
Yeah.
In the end, in the final ballot, it was Bonnie Crum.
Forget it. Okay.
Everything's quiet in all of a sudden silence is golden. We'll say hello to Terry Gardner, and Chuck is here, and Long Rider, and Bob Our Photos, and Roy Bixby is here. Unfortunately, Roy, we wish your wife well. Roy's wife's feeling a little under the weather, so Roy is not going to be on the panel tonight, but hopefully he will participate in the chat. I see that he is here. Rakesh, hello, how you doing? And Rakesh, yeah, I mean you could zing something in at the end of the show. Worst case, I just open it up in my email and show it that way. Hello, Albert. Lynn from Pennsylvania, welcome. Bob from Bob Our Photos lived in Philly, so we got a couple PA people in here. Although Bob now lives in Myrtle Beach area. John Ishii, see, he's got priorities, man. Can't come on. Need to take Diana to the hairdresser. Okay. We know where we sit on the totem pole. It's pretty low. But we'll wait till we get a few more people on here. But I just want to bring up. We'll throw out a few of Real Nikon Lovers' continuing saga of old people jokes, because he printed me out like there must have been 50 jokes on there. So we'll share a few of those because I'm an older guy, not old, but I'm pretty old, and it's always fun to laugh at yourself, So. One of them is it's paradoxical that the idea of living a long life appeals to everyone, but the idea of getting old doesn't appeal to anyone.
Meanwhile, efforts to broker a new temporary truce in the war between Israel and Hamas.
And then George Carlin said, I was thinking about how people seem to read the Bible more as they get older, and then he realized, it dawned on him, they're cramming for the final exam. And Bob Hope used to say, I don't feel old. I don't feel anything until noon. Then it's time for my nap. So we have received 63 pictures tonight for tonight's photo review, which is, up at the top level that we've had a few times. And this is, like I said, our last one for 2023. Our next one is January 6th of 2024. So underline that date for the next photo review, January 6th of 2024. And thank you, everyone, as always, for your submissions, because you're the ones that make the show and the community what it is. And these photo reviews are my personal highlight of the month. I mean, It's a lot of work for everyone. It's a lot of work for people to go through their images and decide what they want to send in. It's a lot of work for me to get everything organized, but I love it to death. I mean, I think it's fantastic that we get the turnout that we get in terms of the photos that come in, and I just think it's fantastic.
Jeff,
Hello, Maribel. I see Maribel's in here, and Woody, and Ava, and
I think Chuck wants to come on. That's the message that we're getting here.
Hi, Maribel.
Chuck wants into the chat. Well, we don't see it, Chuck, but I could send you. Send me an email. I'll send you my.
Send him the.
Here's my email at the bottom of the screen. So send me an email asking for a link if you want to come on, and I'll send you the link. Or actually, I know your email, so I'll just send you a link, and you can come on if you wish to.
Exactly.
That's even better. So I will do that. So give me a second, and if you wish to come on and say hi, you can do so. Give me a minute, everybody.
There's plenty of room on my half of the bottom of the screen.
Exactly.
We could cut David in half, and he'll be happy because he'll look thinner. I'm the one that should want to get cut in half.
Mustache in a bit, you know.
I'm the one that should want to get cut in half, to be honest with you.
But Anita and I had a really fantastic night of shooting the Aurora last night.
I heard.
It started early. We finished by about 10:30, 11 o'clock. And that's usually the time they were getting ready to go out. You know, it's, I was taking test shots with my, my ZF, and it's, you know, with my 40 millimeter F2, and that actually worked pretty good. And then we went and I set up, 2 cameras, and Anita set up her Z8, and she had the Sigma 28 f1.4, and as I had my I was using a 28 on my 810A and a 24 on my Z8, and it's got some good shots. It wasn't the best Aurora in the world, but it was much better than a kick in the ass.
So while we're waiting here for Chuck and Maribel, can you explain, David, all these different categories, G1, G2, G3?
Okay.
Wait a minute. The encyclopedia is going to come out. Wait a minute.
No, see, the Americans use a different system than the rest of the world.
Okay.
It's kind of like.
You complain about that all the time,
Celsius.
David. Yeah.
Anyway, but the rest of the world, they use a system goes KP 1 to 9. And the Americans, they go up so far than as G1, G2, and G3. And I usually don't pay attention to this, but when it's a G1, it's a decent storm, and 2 is better and 3 is better, and it's one thing about the Aurora. Just because it's good here doesn't mean that it's good 150 kilometers away. Everybody sees it different. What you see is actually taking place about 100 to 300 kilometers up. You know, so it depends on the curvature of the Earth, whether or not you can see it, whatever. And it's got to be up so high that you can see it, or something, because actually it's never down low, but depending on how far north and south it is. But another thing that this also matters is the BZ. If the BZ is negative, that pushes the Aurora south, and if it's positive, it pushes it north. So I look at 2 things. One is the KP index, and the second is the BZ. And then I've got a bunch of apps that I look at, and it shows
Sure,
me
that's not a
pictures
new
and
Nikon
graphics and-
camera? The BZ? Is that a new Nikon camera?
Not really, anyway. But,
But it have been good the last couple of days, correct, David?
say again?
It have been good for the last couple of days, correct?
Yeah, it's I actually got some pictures with the moon in the aurora from
That's
last
good.
night. And that doesn't happen very often. We're watching the moon come up, and the first time that when it was just coming up, I thought there was a fire over there someplace, and because with the moon is coming up, and it was the same color as the flame.
Okay. Well, you got a question there for Mr. Bixby.
Yes, you have a question regarding, does the sun's recent extra activity affect the borealis?
Of course, because yeah, I got I've got to watch my other screen because I don't see it on this screen. But the sun has been spurting off quite a bit, and I watch Dr. Tamitha Skov. She calls herself the Space Weather Woman, and she has a really good podcast, and it's like I subscribe to her on Patreon, so I get to see her YouTube videos early, and she's been sending in an awful lot of notices, almost like I don't know when she sleeps, but and when she gets active on the emails, then it's time to really pay attention. But she described the last one correctly, and we had to make sure that we were out or ready to go at 6 o'clock in the evening. So by 7 we were out. And normally you don't bother getting out until 11 o'clock or so. But by 10:30 it was over.
You got another question from Long Rider.
Not really. The sun is spurting plasma all the time, and when you have a flare, it comes out as like a big, like it's all in gobs and bunches. But flares, there's more so, and the flare may be aimed towards the Earth. It may not be, because you got to consider the sun as a big ball, and when these flares come off, it's what angle or what direction are they going, because they're not uniform, and it's but it's plasma that comes off, and the plasma, it being that it's electric, it also has a magnetic field associated with it, and it's a combination that does it. And I'm not like these people that have multiple PhDs that describe all of this stuff, because Tamitha Skov has 5 degrees in physics.
So
And
when they know the plasma is focused towards the Earth, they know we're going to have good aurora, correct? When
Yeah.
the dispatch comes in the direction of the Earth.
Yeah, but what's happening is the Americans had a number of satellites up that were just for this, and one was called Stereo A and the other is called Stereo B. But Stereo B, it went kaput a number of years ago, and Stereo A, the distance that it's from the Earth is getting closer, so that you don't have your 2 major cameras that are looking at the sun are almost parallel, and so that you don't get a good stereo view. So it's getting pretty hard to forecast what's happening, and it just to make it worse is we're getting to the heights of the sunspot activity, and and we can't see as much as we normally do. You know, and what's been happening lately to compound all of this is NOAA and NASA, that they're doing their forecast fairly often, and sometimes it takes quite a few hours to do a forecast. And I'm not too sure if it's NASA's senior forecaster or NOAA's senior forecaster retired in the last 6 months to a year, because he used to look at the forecast that the computer put out, and like any good forecaster, say, this is a crock of, and he would change it and then send it out. But they've lost that, you know. So, but anyway, it makes life interesting, because you got to watch the moon, and you got to watch the clouds, and you got to watch everything else, and see what it's like.
Gets you out at night, David. It gets you out at night.
It can be kind of scary coming out at night. I got a friend of mine that he went visiting people with an axe after dark, you know.
I'll try to avoid that area.
I won't tell you where that is, but it sure scared some people.
I'm gonna jump ahead here a little bit and just say, you know, now I don't normally push hard for subscribers, but having 445 is pretty good. And, you know, as you start getting noticed by some important and famous people, so I asked some of them if they could help plug my show and build up my audience a bit, and they agreed. So at certain points in the show, I'll interject a comment or two by these folks in a video feed that was provided to me. And all this is done in fun. I will underline the word fun. So hopefully no one will take offense to whatever is said by these people, because I have no control over what they're going to say. Okay. So we're all here to have a good time. We're going to have a few jokes tonight. We're going to have a few quirky things that I'm going to do. And we're going to, of course, enjoy everybody's pictures. We may have a special guest on the panel around midnight. Scuba Razzi, who, you know, lives in Europe, if he doesn't fail to wake up, he is going to try to come on because his photos will be at the end, and he'll try to come on audio only because he doesn't have a camera, so we won't be able to know what he looks like. But he'll try to come on and join us audio only sometime near the end of the photos when his come on, and maybe he can elaborate a little bit on what he does, because he's always doing some interesting things. Now I'm jumping around a little, I realize here, but I want to share an image here quickly that has nothing to do with the photo review. So give me a minute to bring it up. And okay. Do a share. Come on.
You're looking better now.
And nope, that's not what I wanted. Here we go. So whoever's in the green room, I'll ask you to hang on for a second, since I'm in the middle of something here. So we have a guest on our panel. There's a special occasion. And so we have Randall, who is now officially retired. So we should all give him a round of applause. And wish him well. Randall, we hope you have many years of enjoyable retirement and get to get out there and get a lot more images and fool around with your toys a bit more. And, hopefully, life will continue to be good for you. So we wish you nothing but the best. And there were a few people who wanted to comment on this event. And so I got to find the audio here, and hopefully everybody will be able to hear it. So here's the first person that wanted to wish you well.
Hi, Randall. This is Kim. Jeff thought you would appreciate it if I sent you a happy retirement message. Now you have more time for pictures, and if I ever bump into you, have your camera ready because you know I'm not camera shy. Enjoying years of retirement. We all wish you well.
So that's Kim K, if you didn't know who that was. So I will leave off the rest of the last name. You can use your imagination. But so you never know who you might bump into, Randall, and I have a lot of friends in low places. So watch out. Now the next person that sent in a comment about your retirement, I'm really nervous about playing this one because it didn't go the way I thought it was going to go, and everybody have a sense of humor about this. So let's put this one on. There were only 2 comments, thankfully.
So, Randall, I hear you're retired. I guess that's okay, but real men don't retire. I'm never retiring. I'm just taking care of a few personal problems, and we'll be back in my old job real soon. I think you should reconsider because I like to have connections in the post office, if you know what I mean. So get back to work, or I'll be forced to say you're fired. And if I do that, you won't get any benefits. Understand where I'm coming from?
That one's a little scary.
I know.
That one's a little scary. So you may want to go back to work. Now, Chuck is in the green room, folks. So I'm going to bring Chuck in here. And here is the man. Here is the man.
Good day, Chuck.
Not your hand. This is the main. You have your left hand too.
Catano.
Oh, Chuck, you're doing good.
No.
Yeah.
Chuck, you got that perfect haircut as always. I'm jealous, my friend. I'm extremely jealous. I have no hair to cut. You know what I mean?
Oh, Chuck. It's great to see you, Chuck.
Oh, yes. It's fantastic. I mean, we don't hear any audio much, but we see you, and that's more important than anything. And it's great to see you. So that's a treat for everybody.
You. We can't.
No, they're not.
That's what you said.
He doesn't look any different, folks, does he? He doesn't look any different. Now the cat, you got to see the big cat in the other monitor, so the cat didn't lose any weight.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, another cat.
Oh, another kitty. Another kitty.
I didn't put my cat
You
out.
wanted to meet Chuck's kitty. Only this guy has cancer. Right
Oh,
over he's got a spot right over his eye. I don't know if you can pick it up there.
Yeah.
Hey, Captain.
And anyway, I'm trying some new methods on him because when I had him to the vet, they said they may have to take his eye, and I don't want him taking his eye. So a friend told me about a product that's more on what you would say medicinal, like
CBD.
well, I have CBD lotion that I put on his little sore, but I also have another product called C, which regenerates tissue. And his lump is gone from where his cancer was. So it's working.
So how old is the cat, Anita?
He's only 5 years old.
Okay.
So he shouldn't, like, I mean, I don't want him to lose an eye at this age.
Of
So
course.
as what I'm doing seems to be working, so we'll keep doing it. Yeah.
Yeah, your cat agrees with your prognosis.
Yes. He doesn't like being held. He likes to play rough.
Oh, yeah.
But,
So,
anyway, I'll let you to get back at it.
yeah,
Okay.
the other thing, Chuck, are you eating M&Ms?
No, I don't think he's doing that.
No. Anyway, well,
Good to see you, friend.
Very good to see you. I wanted to just throw out there that I had gotten an email from Creative Live, and I don't know how many of you people know anything about Creative Live, but it's go on their website. You can purchase courses in photography. You could purchase courses how to start a business. You could watch a course how to make quilts, how to do stenciling, how to do anything. I mean, it's basically not photo centric, although it has a good base of photography courses from a lot of different professional photographers that do courses in macro photography, landscape, you name it, portrait photography, flash photography, everything. So they sent me letting me know of an upcoming class. The title caught my eye, so I thought I would share it. Chat GPT and Midjourney, 23 ways of earning money with AI. Everybody's favorite topic. And there is a little AI stuff that's going to be going on this channel tonight.
Oh boy.
And we will talk about it later. But I think at this point, I am going to bring up the photos, and we're going to start on the photos because we've gone a half hour and we haven't shown one photo yet. Other than that great retirement cake. But now, Randall, you're going to have to maybe reconsider and go back to work after that last commentary. I don't know. So,
well, Randall, I retired twice, and I'm working on the third time. It was so much fun the first 2 times. I figure I'll try it again.
Well, I've had jobs that I've gone away from, and I'm starting a new one, and I'll go into photography and video. So, and I'll be traveling around and I'll be visiting you guys. But I'll let you know when I'm coming.
I may be in BC.
That's all right. Haven't been there yet.
It's a great place.
I'm going to bring up the first pictures, and then I got to bring up my cheat sheet so I can say who took the picture and what they took it with and everything else. So give me 2 seconds here to bring in the window for the photos. Come on. Let's do it. All righty.
All right.
So I will make the screen bigger. And we will. Here's where I got to bring up some. Let's see if I can move things around here. It's always fun to try to. I'm going to get rid of my chat from the side here.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you, Chuck. Hey.
All right. Hey, I'm going to use these. Well, I got a lot to be thankful of, and you guys are all really, really pushing my clinic. For the fine of mine, one.
Put this in it.
It's difficult for you all. You all are what maybe are making me strive to get good at drinking. At the time of my stroke, I couldn't bring one word to the people, to you guys. And now I'm already into a stage now where I can so far and wreck some human. I know it's a long way to come. It's come from starting, not using it all. It's not to. It might put in. I just try. I just want to recognize you people, and I will be back, and I will be able to expand your as much as I can, as I can your myself. What's really funny is I can hear all the words in my head with no problem at all, but I can't say them when they're recipient. But I still notice everything that everybody says, and I Google it. I got. We have good. Well, it's too much to mouth to war. But thank you all.
Thank you very much, Chuck.
Chuck, I mean, without you doing what you did years ago, nobody would be here today. And you allowed people to connect with each other from all over the world. You've allowed people to actually meet each other, and people have made new friends. And this community would not exist if it wasn't for your efforts. And so you're the one that we should be thanking, not the other way around, because you did all the hard work. We're just trying to keep the seat warm for you.
Well, I just wanted to basically get on here and say I'm still working. So I am still working to for you guys, and I'm gonna push it. My point. Well, I'm gonna get better at it and spend more time working with them. All right.
We're just glad you got on here. I mean, everybody has wanted to say hi in person if they could and see you, and now everybody gets to see you, and that's a big deal. And we're all really, really happy that you're on, that you're here, man.
No, it's really great.
Yeah, it's really great seeing you, Chuck. I wasn't expecting you to February, and I figure setting a date in February was pushing it, and here it's December. You're 2 months early. Yeah, and you're looking fantastic. Yeah, we still don't have a picture of you sitting in the barber's chair, but anyway.
I'm gonna ask Maribel someday to just kind of sneak up behind you and mess up your hair just so it is perfect all the time.
Yeah.
See what happens when I do this? Oh, nothing.
No, I see all the comments over here too. It's fantastic.
Yeah.
I will have a good lot. Nah, never mind. I do that quite a lot. A lot of and never aim or many, but everybody gives us or fuzz funzy more. Keep going. Keep going yourself.
Well, I know that your wife is going to keep on you to do
Yeah.
what you need to do, but you're a highly motivated person, and you're going to do it because you want to do it more than anybody.
Yeah.
And, but you got a great support group in your family and your wife, and you got a support group right here
All
as
right.
well. So we're all behind you, and I can't wait to when you're on and we see that AP Studios logo in the background on a regular basis. That's what we're waiting for, man. You're gonna get there.
All right. So you guys know your job. Keep me head up. I do that, and I'll keep doing this. And first of all, what are you speaking some or putting? You shouldn't you shouldn't be talking so much about Lebanon. LS. Well, I can't say it right. The non-cav LF or whatever. And you should add. And you need to, everybody needs to add the box. Oh, shit. I can't get it all there right.
No, don't worry, Chuck. We love you. You know that, correct? We love you.
I can't. Yeah, there you go. I can't XF. There you go. You got me good. You get it. All right.
You give us an early Christmas present here, Chuck, today.
Yeah.
Yes, and I did show everyone the picture of you holding your 600 PF.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So we know it's real. It's not Memorex. It's real.
No, I'll get some photos for the next photo time. Okay.
Okay. And Chuck, you need to prepare your predictions for next year. Since you were so accurate this time.
Yeah. Yes. Well, the Nikon XX or XF or whatever.
Oh.
No.
Yeah.
No. Okay.
I was off on the odd. I was off by a big wide bird. I just want to say you need bed. You need to put tag on it. Jeffrey to the 100 mark. All right.
Yes.
Yeah.
It's time to get my Jeffrey up 100 or 1,000. Okay.
Yes.
Are you guys? I'm tired of starving it. Everybody else stuffing. Well, you need to rip it all. We got to get a whole lot going on. All right. Nothing for me to success. I'm gonna go off. I'm gonna go off the internet and listen to the show to the as it goes forward. Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
Thank you
sir.
very much for being on here, Chuck. And if you ever want somebody to talk to, you know my number.
No problem.
You got our numbers. Just don't send any big people to our house.
And enjoy those M&Ms.
All All right.
Chuck, we love you, man. Have a good one. Thank you so much for coming on.
Definitely.
It's an honor, man.
You got to understand this is I an alien to this now. So it'll be fun. It'll be time. It'll be time. The good time go for all. I'll see y'all too. I will see you see y'all later on.
Take care, Chuck.
Bye.
Have a good one.
Bye.
Bye.
And enjoy the
Bye,
show.
Chuck.
You're going to see some great pictures.
Mhm. All right, Ken.
So we will. It was great seeing Chuck. I think I speak for everybody. Hey, that's an early Christmas gift, folks, right there.
Oh, it sure is.
That's an early Christmas gift for everybody. What can you say? I don't know why I have people on both sides of the screen here. That totally confuses me, but I got to figure this out. I got to bring up my cheat sheet and
Well, I
see if
see
I can.
4 on the side, and I see the picture on the left. Is that the way it's supposed to?
All right. Okay.
It's
I
looking
see
good.
more on my screen. Yeah, that's at my end. That's the problem, not your end. So I gotta.
No, but looks
I
good.
gotta
Looks
get
good.
with
Jeff.
Yeah. Well,
It
I
looks
think
good.
Restream also did an update, so it looks different tonight. So,
Yeah. But it looks good, Jeffrey. We can continue.
All righty. I gotta just see. I can't see my cheat sheet when I make the screen full screen. That's the problem, and I need to see my cheat sheet.
Look for it.
My printer was not working good, and I couldn't print it out. Normally, I print it out.
Looks good. Looks good. So look for it, and we hold the fort here.
All right. So,
But
yeah, it's just taking over my whole screen, and I don't want it taking over my whole screen.
Yes.
Yeah.
Because then I can't see anything else. So, is that adequate? I mean, can people deal with that?
Yes.
What you're seeing now?
Perfect.
All right. Let me try to find my mouse.
Where's
And
your cat?
I don't mean the one with the tail, but I'm not.
You can tell him it looks great on my screen.
Yeah, Anita
Okay,
says everything looks great on her screen.
yeah.
Okay.
It's
Yeah.
only 50 inches across.
Okay. So yeah, you know what? That's really cool. I mean, if people have a big screen TV, man, you could put YouTube on your TV if you got a smart TV, and all these images are going to look like you're going to want to buy them from everybody.
Yeah.
So we're going to start with my friend Bob from Bob Our Photos. He's always the first one to send me the images because he's probably already past his bedtime already. So he might have already left. I don't know. But all the photos you're going to see that he took was with the D500 with the Nikkor 200 to 500 lens. And the first photo here is a cedar wax wings. This was from January of last year. So we're expecting to see these folks basically probably within the next 2 or 3 weeks. Hopefully they'll show up because they like to eat the berries off the juniper trees. So that's their gig. That's what they like to do. And now before they get to the trees, and I'm waiting for my computer to spool up here. I'll show you in the next picture. There's other birds that will show up in the juniper trees first before the cedar waxwings, but it's like they'll show up first. Here they are. They'll show up first, and then within 20 minutes the cedar waxwings will show up.
Okay.
So the small birds will come in first. They'll start feeding, and as soon as you see them, okay, if I wait a half an hour, the waxwings will probably show up, and they do. Now his oh man,
A bluebird, correct?
technical difficulties. I thought it was a bluebird as well. Yeah.
Mhm. Yeah, it looks
And
looks to me.
I'm just having trouble with my mouse here, and all these technical difficulties are killing me.
But I love the picture, Bob.
Excellent.
Come on.
You see, I get juniper berries here, but I don't get waxwings. So
You don't get waxwings. Well, how cold does it get there?
well, here very
Colder
cold.
than here.
Cold? You get very cold. They love the cold, so I don't know why you don't get them.
And
I mean,
it's
I
dry
don't
cold too. So,
Lovely.
so
Gustavo,
Anita says that we get them.
No, I know, and they are here in the area, but I don't see them regularly. But you know how it is with this. Sometimes you get these what they call eruptions, and suddenly the birds are there, correct? And
yeah.
waxwings seem to be one of those that they go onto a place, deplete all the berries, and they move on.
Mm-hmm.
They don't.
Yeah.
So and they'll be there a while, but the waxwings migrate. They follow the food source.
Exactly.
What else is new, right? So when they wipe out the berries on these juniper trees in the park, they'll move to the other end of the park. They'll wipe out the berries there, and they'll just keep moving down the highway till they wipe everything out. They'll keep going until they're in another state. They're just there to eat, and eat. That's about it.
The ones here are here to eat to get drunk.
Did you
Now,
hear that, Gustavo?
yeah.
That Anita said the birds here they wait until there's alcohol in the berries, and then
Oh,
they'll eat them.
wow.
Then they can't fly, right?
Well, they don't fly straight, but they don't need a driver's license.
Now, the third image that Bob sent in is this gator. There's a story behind this. This I believe is a female red-winged blackbird. There was a blackbird nest in a small island that had some reeds in it, and they build their nests in there. It happens to be the same island that the gators like to lay in or lay around. And so there were gators around the island. The baby got spooked and flew out from the island, hit the water, and then the next thing you know, this gator came up and got the bird, and that was the end of the story. So nature is nature. I mean, and it can be a little upsetting what you see, but it is what it is, right?
Exactly.
Now the last shot is a larger gator from Bob that decided that he's going to get a nice looking flounder to eat, and this was back a year or so ago, when we had some large flounder. I mean, we don't have them in the pond anymore because of all the fish kills, which you guys know I've documented that quite a bit. So there are no flounder this big in there anymore, unless the park chooses to let the water flow from the marsh into the pond, in which case we will get some of these back in the pond again. But we didn't get any shots like this year. Let's put it that way. Did not happen.
Love the colors here of the reflections, the deep green. So very nice, Bob, on the reflections. Not only capturing
Good
the
job,
moment.
Bob. And so the next images coming up are from a member on our panel, and Mr. Gustavo, you were second in line to send images in, so you're going to get to talk about your images.
Okay.
Coming up here. If you need me to rattle off any information that you sent me, let me know, but I'll let you run with it. So we'll bring up your first image.
Okay.
Ouch.
All right. So this is one of the trains that is still running since the 1880s here in Colorado. Steam engine, a very famous train here from Durango to Silverton.
Yeah.
And it's a big attraction, particularly in the fall. This year I went. I always wanted to do this trip. So this is a day after the trip. So I not after knowing what the itinerary, the next day I went to some of the interceptions, trying to get an image here that shows a little bit of the Animas Valley close to Durango, and capture the train. So it was done with.
Well, I think it's perfect because it's the train is what you lock on first, but then as you kind of back away, you see the environment, and I think that's what makes it such a special shot. Is you have a feel for where this train is.
Exactly. So it was taken with the 24 to 120, which is kind of my go by for this type of photos, right? When I'm not taking wildlife. And I tell you, the conductor was not very happy with me because I went to one interception, then put the Jeep in front of the interception, let him pass, went to another interception. So the second time he gave me a stinky eye. So, what is this guy doing? But it's a fantastic place to go. It's and a little bit of information during the peak of the fall season, which at the time that I went already had passed. So there was only yellow colors in the valley and not so much in the mountains. The aspens were already lost there. They do like a week where they do special trips for photographers. So the Durango to Silverton is a whole day. We did event. You leave in the morning and they take you to Silverton. They let you have lunch there and they get you back. So anyway, so I saw that people here will appreciate that photo.
Now your next shot is what you call the setup shot for
Exactly.
image 3 and 4. And all I'm going to say is image 3 and 4 made me squirm in my chair. So I'll show your setup photo quickly because the meat and potatoes is pictures 3 and 4. So we'll throw up your setup photo.
Exactly. So this is from a national park here in Colorado that is not visited as much as the others. It's called the Black Canyon of the Gunnison. Okay. And it's kind of in the middle of Colorado, and it's a canyon. You have very steep walls on metamorphic igneous rock, so it's a favorite place for climbers to come. So in this day, when we went to one of the outlook looking at the canyon, somebody pointed at us that there were some climbers. Now this is a setup photo because here there is 2 climbers, okay, and this is
Here we go.
and now these are the actual photos. So I went, took some of the pictures, and then change it to the 100 to 400. So this is at 400 millimeters, okay. So you can see at 400 millimeters. This is in the afternoon where the light was a little bit better, but you can see now the 2 climbers. So in the prior photos, if we have opportunity, we do it at the end. I show you there's a little dot that's at 100 millimeter. You did not find the climbers, but but by 400 millimeters you can see this image. All right, you can see they're climbing, and actually this is the 3rd day of their climb. Okay, they sleep in the cliff. And you will see in the next photos. Okay, a couple of
this is where I scream at them and say, "Are you guys crazy?"
Absolutely. So you can see here, one has already reached the ledge where they were resting, and the other was catching up. And I managed to capture them when he actually threw his hand trying to grab the rock on the other side. This is actually with the 800 millimeter crop, correct? So I was able to get across the canyon and actually watch. Actually, I could see in other pictures, but we didn't have the time to see a lot of the other pictures. I could see even the clothes that they were wearing. The guy on the red has a undershirt that has a chimpanzee shirt, but you can see the thing that is dangling from the guy in the red is actually where they sleep. That's the platform that they put, and they sleep overnight in that, and all the. So I thought it was interesting to see, because typically
That's downright scary. I look at that and I go, the guy's legs are about 2 feet too short.
exactly.
He can't spread his legs any further. It's like, I see that image and I'm like, okay, did the guy make it to the other side or not? I mean, that's what that image does to me.
He
I look
did,
at it like,
but I saw him a couple of times, kind of losing their feet and jumping. I have a little bit of a video when they actually went down a little bit, and then they climb again. So it was scary, I can tell you. But on the other hand, it was a great opportunity. I went to photograph the canyon, and I did photograph the canyon, but I ended spending quite a bit of time capturing seeing what these guys were doing. Anyway, so my wife was commenting as we were watching. I'm glad that these are not our sons. Otherwise, that would be the last day they do this.
no, that would be, I'd be burning those ropes at the end of the day.
Exactly. But,
So you've got one more here to share that I'll bring up,
exactly.
which is not a people shot.
Exactly. So this is actually more of what I do all the time. This is actually the birds seem to be back in action. So I have been working on this setup around my feeders. Okay, we talk about that, and one day I will. So I have been trying to attract the birds to some nice perch. Okay, and so this is actually red-breasted nut hatch. Okay, on top of a yucca plant. Okay, so this is kind of more my style, but you can see I sometimes like to do other things, but I have been working this, and I have more after this picture that I sent a couple of weeks ago. I have been photographing all the species coming to check the yucca plants and everything, but I like I said the other day, when you plan for a photo and the birds cooperate and do what you wanted to do, is rewarding for wildlife photographers. So that's it for me this time.
Very good.
Yes, great
Very
photography, Gustavo.
Excellent. Man,
Our next victim, I mean, is Michael Dries. Okay, so he sent in some images. So we will throw up his first image here.
Woo!
And this is of the Petrified National Forest in Arizona that he took last month.
Beautiful.
So this was with let's see, I don't really have based on the file names. I mean, it looks like this was taken with a Z6. That's about all I can say. Don't have any information about the settings, but wonderful image. I mean, it's talk about something that just makes you like wonder if that road ever ends. You just keep following it until it looks like it just ends. It looks like maybe at the very end that you're hanging a left. It looks like you're taking a left. Hard to tell though.
Nice clouds.
But yes, yeah, I like that shot. And I was trying to figure out if how you have the dark circles on the road. I wonder if that's all shadows from the clouds or what that is.
Yeah, I think it's a asphalt
What do you
wearing
think?
out.
Just the asphalt wearing out.
Yeah, a little bit of erosion
So-
there on the asphalt.
Yeah.
Not a little bit of IR, is it?
I don't know.
I don't know.
Could be.
But it's interesting. Oh, Michael, he chimed in. We gotta look at the chat, guys, because
Okay.
he says a Nikon Z6 and a 24 to 120. Yeah, everybody's favorite lens, man. 24 to 120.
It's such
Right,
a
I'm right with you there, Michael. Great lens.
such an
Great lens.
utilitarian lens, correct?
Yeah, yeah.
So Michael,
The
is this IR as David was suggesting?
Well, maybe what he did is the Polaroid filter or something, but to get the sky that dark, it's not easy.
Hmm.
Wow.
yeah, the clouds almost look like they're like painted in, you know.
That's true. But
They look like little spaceships. It could be UFOs hiding in clouds, maybe. Who knows, right?
a beautiful image, Michael.
Very nice image.
Mm-hmm.
His next he says not IR, just a conversion in Lightroom. Okay.
Oh, wow. Okay.
His next shot was taken in Wildwood Park in Harrisburg, Pennsylvania. I love this shot. Of course, I'm a bird guy, and if you think and believe me, birds do eat dragonflies. I mean, obviously, he's not going to fill them up very much, but they do eat insects as well. They just don't eat, fish and crabs and stuff like that. They do eat bugs.
Yeah, we got to balance your diet.
Yeah.
But as you know, Jeff, getting an image of a bird and then a potential prey nearby, that is a good achievement. And the fact that
Yes, it is.
the bird is so focused on ready to strike.
Yeah, I mean, where it matters is tack sharp. The insect is tack sharp. The eye and the bill is tack sharp. Any softness you have is a result of probably, shrubs or plants or something that might be between the camera and the bird in the lower half of the body a little bit, but that's not where your eyes go to. Your eyes go to the head and that insect, and it's done very, very well.
It works even with the fact that he photographing through some foliage. There, it works.
Yeah.
Well,
Yes, it does.
Yeah, he was aimed towards the sun, and that could be a little bit of sun flare, but it's a lovely shot.
Yeah. When you get the like the lining of the inside of the bills lit up from the light, that's wonderful. So that's a beautiful shot as well. So his third entry. Let me make sure I'm losing my spot here. This is also in Wildwood Park in Harrisburg, Pennsylvania. So we will put his next shot up.
Beautiful.
Yeah. You look. I mean, the detail in. I'm assuming that's a cattail. The detail in the cattail is amazing. Obviously the one that the bird is on, and that's a lovely shot. Nice creamy background, just what you want. Just have a color palette in the background. Is
what type
very
of
nice.
sparrow, Michael?
Yes.
Sparrows are difficult. Beautiful.
Yeah, very good.
You can see that in this case the backlight worked very well. Okay.
Yeah. Now his last image is something that I like to do a lot in Connecticut. Don't get to do it as much down here, but in Connecticut, I'd always be looking for an image like this coming up with an abandoned car in the middle of a field. I really like these kinds of shots. This was on Route 66 in New Mexico.
Oh, wow.
I can see the gauges on the dashboard. So if anybody needs some gauges, you can ask them where this car is. Maybe you can, cut a deal. Cut a deal with the farmer. Looks like it's on somebody's farm.
Beautiful.
Very good, Michael. Thank you so much for. He said it was a song sparrow with the 600 PF, the previous photo, and very well done, sir.
That's got to be a current picture with a 600 PF.
Give me a second here. I think I got to make a little room. I think I got another message from somebody that I want to share. That wanted to kind of like do a plug for the channel here. So let me see if I'll bring that up before we go on to the next person who happens to be on this panel as well, Mr. David. So you could prep yourself. But here's another public service announcement for the channel.
Hey guys, I'm taking a break from Moe's and strangling Bart to tell you if you like the show, click the stupid thingy. Oh yeah, the like button. It doesn't cost you anything, and the idiot running the show will appreciate it.
The idiot. So I am the idiot. So I've been promoted to idiot. So thank you, Homer. I appreciate the kind words.
And we have the idiot helpers.
You never know who's going to hop on this show. I'll tell you, the show's going right downhill. So we're going to move on to Mr. Stewart's images now that we got our little public service announcement in, and we will let David talk about his images.
Man. Was that recent, David?
Oh, yes.
Yeah.
Within the last month.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, and this is what we got to put up with at night.
Did you see any satellite?
I don't know how you stand it, man. I don't know how you stand it.
Oh, it's really difficult.
Minus 40, it is difficult.
Yeah, it was actually warm that night, and I had 2 or 3 rigs going, and this is the first time I had 2 Zeds going at the same time, and this was taken with the 9, and Jeff has got the information as to what I used for lens, but
yeah, this was your 28 millimeter at f1.4, 0.6 seconds at ISO 10,000.
Oh, that's pretty
yeah.
good.
And it gets so then when you're shooting this, is 6400 is low.
Yeah.
And then you just go up from there, and it's nice with the Zeds. You know, at 10,000, the noise isn't bad. Yeah.
Have you ever used a flash with your picture taking?
Well, he's not telling you that. That's really just a green filter on his flash.
Okay.
Yeah,
it's not really the Aurora.
See what happened is the filter I had in front of the lens was dirty. Yeah, that's how come we got the streaks. Yeah.
Now, David's next shot, you're going to have to tell us where this is, David, because I certainly don't know. We'll bring up your next image.
Oh, this is downtown Calgary. That's the Calgary Tower. It's Joe Man's Land has had pictures in this area, except his were taken 300 or 400 feet higher. But,
Yeah.
but this was in the morning at sunrise, and this was taken with my Zulu Foxtrot.
And this was also with your 28 millimeter at f1.4, 1/200th of a second. I don't think I got the ISO written down right.
It's
I probably
probably fairly low on this one.
ISO 16. That makes sense.
Maybe 160.
160. Yeah,
Yeah.
I must have hit the wrong. Yeah, 160 and at +3 EV,
Yeah.
0.3 EV. So yeah, I just put down downtown, took a guess that it was downtown. I really had no clue.
Yeah, Anita and I were we couldn't sleep, so we got up early and got out and took some sunrise shots.
And then we got your third shot coming up here. Boom.
Okay, this one, that is ice on the right side of the lake and in the far end, and it's the temperature was right around 0, and the ice was talking, and you don't hear that very often, not as loud as this was. We're kind of lucky it was quiet, but
Wow.
you would hear the ice talk a little bit, and a little while later you see some ripples coming out from the edge of the ice going across the lake, and then everything would be quiet, and then you hear all of this cracking and whatever, and then the same thing would happen. It was an interesting day. We were out to shoot wild horses, except somebody had shot them all and there was none left.
Oh.
And or we didn't find any. But this was a good day out, you know.
This was the day we saw the moose.
Yeah, but we did see 3 moose, you know, just to
Okay.
make up for it. But you know,
And a squirrel named Rocky, right?
no, yeah. And this was shot with my Zulu Foxtrot also, and probably with the 40.
Yeah, with your 40 at 1.4, 1/160th of a second, ISO 160.
Yeah.
And then your last image here is also from is a city shot, obviously.
And this
And
is
sunset,
sunrise,
sunrise. Okay.
Jeez.
and this is out the office window. Well, and that's the Calgary Tower in the background again, and it's on the 20th floor, and this is another sunrise that you got to put up with, and you know it's. I don't know how he managed to survive in Calgary, seeing this about once every 2 weeks, you know. Well, Gustavo should know all about it.
Exactly.
Like life's tough, David. Life's tough, you know.
Oh yeah. But this is with
Wonderful
the Zulu.
shot.
This is with the Zulu Foxtrot also. I got so that because it's so small and handy, I carried it around a lot.
Yeah. Makes wonderful images as well.
Oh, it's fantastic. Like when we were out last night, I was using it to shoot test shots as they roared to make sure there was something there, and I was shooting them handheld. You know, and it works good for that, you know, and because you can crank the ISO right up there, and you know 10,000 and above. When I was young, going up to 1600 was really pushing it, you know.
Yeah.
You know.
So you're looking there to the east, David? Or?
Yeah, looking to the east.
Okay. Beautiful. Wow.
Yeah.
Yeah.
On fire.
I see I can read the words there. I see the Marriott.
Exactly.
Mm-hmm.
See the Marriott. So very good, David. Thank you so much for sending in these images.
Well, and you know it's always great to share some of this stuff. And and the hardships that we have here in Calgary. Thanks, Gustavo.
Our next entrant, I think he popped into the chat earlier. I don't know if he's still here. Is Mr. Joe Stroud was nice enough to send us in 4 images. So we will bring up his first image. So obviously, he says that these were all shot with the Z9 and the 300 millimeter f2.8G VR2, except for one picture where the doe is looking back.
Beautiful.
Now we got a bunch of doe images here that you're going to see, and
But
that's wonderful.
Again, Jeff, I think the magic of this one obviously is the movement, correct? The fact that he was panning with the shot, correct?
Yeah.
The sense of movement in this picture is fantastic. Because this, I think it's a whitetail.
Yeah, and you're blurring out the whole background, and you have enough sharpness on the subject because you're doing an effective pan.
Exactly.
With the image.
Yeah. That's
Very
not
good
easy
job.
to do.
That's a good lesson for everyone. That's what you need to pan, to keep pace with your subject, and then the background just becomes inconsequential, and your subject will be sharp enough.
Did he mention the speed that he was using for this one?
No.
Okay.
No.
He could knock this down to 1/200th of a second, or maybe
probably a lot less. Probably a lot less.
Yeah, but like to keep there's a bit of movement in the head. Like he was panning, he was doing really, really good.
Yep. Yeah, I mean the eye, the head, the antlers, the eye, tack sharp.
But if he was any faster than that, then the background would be a lot sharper focus.
Now his next shot.
Oh, the one looking back.
Is the one looking back.
Mm-hmm.
Or is that 2 different ones?
Yeah, it's a different one. This one's got no horns.
This is a different one. This one doesn't have any antlers.
Yeah, it's a female.
The female, yeah.
Wow.
Now I cannot see what is in the back. Did he have a bird in the back?
I think that's 2 deers. One is looking this way. The other one is eating grass or something.
Oh.
One deer looking back. I think that's 2 different deers.
Count the legs.
It's hard to tell. It looks like there might be a little bit of a leg on a third of the way up, like a little bit in from left to right, but it's hard to tell. It could just be brush. It's hard to tell.
Okay.
What it is.
It may be browsing on the tree.
400. Yeah. Oh, and it's just one deer. That is a deer. Okay.
Okay.
Just one.
Yeah. So I think Joe replied that it was the pair of photos that he was panning. It was 1/60.
Yeah, 1/60th of a second, and this image is just one deer.
Yeah.
Oh, my deer.
He's ready to eat it.
but good presentation of the photo in terms of with a lot of vignetting just to focus on the deer.
Yeah. Well, the brush or the branches from the tree and everything it just kind of like frames it.
Yeah.
Exactly. Good framing.
It frames it in the image.
I like the light on the grass and.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah. Joe's work always impresses me.
Yeah. And now his next image is the let's see. Yeah, this image and the last one is with the 400 millimeter f4.5 Z mount on the Z9. If I read his notes correctly, hopefully I have. You never know. I could have typed it because I take what's in the emails and then I retype it onto a cheat sheet, so I could mistype here or there. But this is the same thing. I mean, you have it's like, okay, everything is a blur and undefined, except for the head, basically the face.
Yeah,
I like that. I like that a lot.
I like that too.
Very good framing.
Very, 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 very tack sharp on the, and tack sharp from the nose right back to the ears,
Yeah, looks like he's looking through a small window. But I'm sure that's not the case.
And Jeff, Scubarassi is in already, so he managed to get up in time.
Hello, Scubarassi. Good to see you in here. We are far from getting to your pictures, my friends. So if you're gonna drink a cup of coffee right now and stay with us, then you're gonna get to enjoy some of these other pictures before we get to yours.
Well, Scubarassi, it's not February the 10th, but Chuck arrived early.
Yes. Now this is Joe's last image coming up.
Oh man. So you can see the twig or branch in front on top of the deer, and it almost looks like his antlers. Yeah.
So, Joe, a question for you is: when in this situation with this series of images that you took, I'm just curious: were you wearing camo at all, or were you, did you make yourself look like a tree, or what, or you just in the right place at the right time, or do you wear a lot of camo when you're out in the woods? Because you see a little bit of both. Sometimes people are all camoed up, and other times they're just out there with regular clothes on, and it is what it is. And they manage to still get the pictures.
Is that buck right next to the cactus? It looks like cactus.
Yeah. Texas.
Yep.
But no, Joe, this is one thing on these pictures that I do appreciate is that it gives you a sense of place, correct? And it gives you that sense that you are walking towards the wood and suddenly you see this. So it's it conveys that emotion of walking in the woods and finding these creatures. Very good.
So that's
Joe.
very good, Joe. Trying to find my mouse. Why am I having such a hard time tonight with my mouse? Oh, it's driving me nuts. I think the battery's low. I keep plugging in my cord in between here to try to charge it up. Drives me nuts. So the next, so Joe, thank you very much. As always, thank you for being in the chat. Our next featured guest is Mr. Martin Hild. So Martin sent us in some images. So this is his first image. And his commentary here was, he says, as promised, here are 4 pictures. Those are kind of oldish pictures of European songbirds. Those were taken before he had his Z9. He's still amazed of the picture quality of the D850. He says, don't beat me up over it, but to me, the picture quality is a hair better than the Z9. However, the Z9 took a lot of randomness out of my picture taking, and of course, I prefer the Z9. Anyway, I don't want to stir the pot too much. Well, you're not stirring the pot because everybody a lot of people, and I still love my Nikon D850. I mean, it takes amazing photos. I mean, you really, you could put them side by side with the Z9. You're not going to be disappointed with either one. And this particular photo, he took it in January of 2022. It's a Eurasian nuthatch, which is called, I'm probably going to pronounce it wrong, Klebe, German. Just caught a bug. Very happy he was able to capture the moment and got everything in focus. Taken with the D850 with the 500 PF, which my friend Gustavo got rid of. Shame, shame, shame. 1/500th of a second, ISO 280. He said nuthatches are not rare here, but not all that easy to photograph because they don't stay in the same place very long. Yeah, that's the story of a wildlife photographer. Nothing stays in one place very long. Wonderful shot.
Love it.
So his next image is a blue throat from June of 2021, taken in southern Germany in a nature reserve. He got up at 5 a.m. He says, I guess you know how that works. Yeah, we know how that works. He got the picture with the first rays of direct sunlight. He says those birds are pretty rare in his area, and a treat to photograph, taken with the D850 once again and the 500 PF at 5.6, 1/1250th of a second, ISO 280.
So we have Joe's Mansland trying to join. And so when you put him on here, so this is a good, fantastic photo, and also shows that, showing a little bit more of the environment and having that balance, correct, of the bird in one side and the on focus on the other side. You have all the grasses.
Yeah,
it makes for a great image. Martin, I don't think Martin is not yet up here, but when you hear this recording, Martin, we appreciate this photo.
Yes, we do. Give me a second to bring Joe in. I got to move a bunch of stuff around on my screen to get to the window. Joey, put up with me, man. I got a busy screen here, and we're gonna fit you in here somehow. Let me see what makes most sense. Well, I think it was better. I guess it doesn't matter.
I feel like I'm on a lonely island here.
I guess it doesn't matter. So let me.
Well, you can always trust the millennial to completely screw up what's going on, right? He's got to reformat everything, and yeah. Evening, guys. How y'all doing?
Yes.
Good. I liked what you sent in, Joe. I mean,
nice.
Let me know. Hopefully you can stay a while with us, but let's make sure that we get your images up before you decide to run away to have something to eat or snack on or whatever.
Yeah, snacks in about 45 minutes. I got about 45.
45 minutes. Okay. So we're looking at Martin Hild's images in Germany here. And so we'll bring up his next image.
Blue teeth.
And I keep losing my mouse. Come on. Where's my mouse? Okay. Yeah. What did you call it, Gustavo?
It's blue teeth. Blue teeth.
Blue tip. He said this was in December of 2021. He says one of the most abundant birds here in the parks and gardens. He loves them a lot. Loves the action, how it picks the seeds from the reeds. Once again, the 850 with the 500 PF wide open at 1/640th of a second, ISO 720. This was taken, he says, in his hometown at the water treatment facility that oddly enough attracts a lot of birds. And then you don't see no water treatment facility in the background of that image.
Just saw a frame. There's probably like a 6-eyed bird that's just kind of limping.
You know,
Beautiful, beautiful.
that's beautiful because that whole 90% of that plant is sharp as a tack, and the bird is sharp as a tack, and that's at f5.6. Everybody, that's wonderful. That just shows you how good the 500 PF is.
It is.
Oh, it's a fantastic piece of glass.
Yeah.
I got some.
And the 600 is equally good.
With it. Yeah.
Yeah. I was waiting for Gustavo to say how great the 600 is. We're picking on him a little bit.
But Eva mentioned here that indeed here in the Americas, this is the same niche, ecological niche is used by the chickadees, correct? So in the UK and in Europe, you have the blue tit and one that is a slightly bigger called the great tit, and they compete for nesting sites and all that. So, but it's a beautiful. This is almost like the cartoon birds, correct?
Yeah, it's a lot more. Obviously, much more colorful than what we get with a chickadee. So
That's
we got
true.
the southern chickadee,
but it had the same behavior, which is what Eva was mentioned.
Yeah, they don't sit still. As the old comment, they don't sit still for a minute either.
Yes.
And his last image here is let's make sure I'm on the right sheet here on my paperwork. So his last image is of a Eurasian robin from January 2021. Look at the detail in the snow.
Beautiful.
Look at that detail in the snow. He says, not exactly rare, but kind of skittish. Easily one of the most beautiful birds here, and they also have the most beautiful songs. He says, taken close to Frankfurt Airport, half an hour from his house, in a nature reserve after a rare snowy morning in winter, taken with the same lens camera combo, wide open, 1/400th of a second, ISO 360. So he concludes by saying, so you see my topic was the German songbirds taken with the D850. He says, I do not know if I want to make a point, but even though the Z9 is lots of fun, the D850 still allowed me to take nice pictures that made me happy. I'm afraid I cannot show up that late for the review, okay, but I'm sure as heck we'll watch it after the fact. So I hope you do, and want to let you know we are very appreciative that you sent these images in. They're beautiful images. You should be very proud of them. And we're very, very happy that you sent these in to us. We appreciate it.
Great shots.
Well, my D850 is on my short list of cameras that I use regularly.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, and this is actually just a comment here for the wildlife photographer. This is actually something to watch out, correct? So when you have snow, correct, etc. in Calgary, here in Denver, you want to take this type of picture, and actually I'm looking for this type of picture. You have to go in the morning before there is any wind that will take all the snow from the branches, correct? So this is the thing that we have to do, correct? You want this type of pictures that the branches are covered, snow in the night, get early in the morning before any wind, and then you can attempt to get this type of images. Good job, Martin.
Yeah, the only disturbed area of the snow on the branch that you see in this picture is where the bird is. Everything else is like perfect.
So that image and that conditions only will last for a few hours.
Yep. So our next entries are from another panelist we have on here who is celebrating his retirement unless he decides to go back to work. Is Mr. Randall Brander. So Randall, we're going to bring up your images and let you talk about them. All the pics he noted was with the Z9 and the 26 millimeter f2.8 pancake lens. So let's bring up your first image.
Okay, so this is a lava rock. It's rocks with a light bulb on the middle. And my mother passed away, but I was always loved. There was two things I wanted from her house. One was the Tiffany lamp that's over the breakfast table in my house, and then this one. And it's a great night light. I got real close to it. It's at 2.8, and I think it's at 1/60th of the shutter speed. No, I got it lower, so it's like 1/15th. I don't know, but just with a pancake lens, look how sharp and clear that is. I just couldn't believe it. And on the next shot, you'll see a side view of it looking at my Studio 32. So with the pancake lens on the Z9, I could have used the Z7 II or the Z8. It's a good lens. You can see that I got a Max Studio and one Max Studio, and the display also there. And then you can see the LED lights, and then you see a picture and stuff. I thought that looked kind of good with the lights turned off and just the LED lights, and then the monitor and the what I call a night light. But and it does give a little heat, that light bulb. But I'm in the best place in the house because everything is cold except for this room.
Nice colors.
Well, I think you're lying because of your next shot. I don't know if you're in the warmest place or not, because your next shot.
Yeah. So you know the theme, right? Life's a theme. So it's in that room, but that was my model, and I got it all around the house. I got sailboats. I got Life's a Beach. I got little mementos, but yeah. So you know my goal. I read.
Well, you're there now, my friend. You're there now. And then this is Randall's last entry.
Right. So I took a straight-on shot, and then I said, you know what? I didn't comb my hair or anything, so I went to the side and took this shot. And the dog is usually underneath the flower, so I pulled his head out a little bit. But this is a guest bedroom, and it's just different. You can see the reflection of part of the room, the picture on the wall to the left, which you can't see. So, you know, I thought, well, let me try this, and it looked pretty good. So
yeah, it looks like you got two dogs, tail to tail.
So that's a mirror, and you can see the picture hanging over the bed, but in the mirror, you know, on top of the flowers. So I thought that was kind of neat doing it at that angle.
And including the red lamp is good as well, Randall.
Yeah.
I'm glad you enjoy that 26 millimeter lens.
Well, you know, I got all the lenses except for the trifecta, the 14 to 24, 24 to 70, and the 70 to 200. I was looking at it today, but I got something else, you know, besides the mouse. So I'm playing with that now. But I was looking at the 400 PF. I was looking at the 500 F mount at the camera store. And then I was also looking at the 600, but I can't decide. So I'm just taking a little bit at a time. I got the 100 to 400, and I'm going to compare that with the Canon R6 Mark II with the 1 to 400, between the ZF and the Canon R6 Mark II. So I got the Z mount 100 to 400, and then I got the RF 100 to 400. So I'll do a video on that. But yeah. So I'm trying to do photography instead of all the time video. So
nice.
I got to let's see. I'm going to do something here that's different as well, because tonight is about being a little bit squirrely, a little bit different, a little bit confusing, maybe. So I got some images from Sanjapal Singh.
Very good.
And so I don't know if we ever got images from Sanjit before. I don't think I ever got any images from Sanjapal before. And obviously, he's a phenomenal photographer. He, environmental shots, nature shots. And he submitted 3 images. And he basically, he wrote a narrative for each image. And like what you would write if you were putting this image in a magazine or putting it in a book. And I felt myself personally that I would not narrate these images. I don't have a James Earl Jones type of voice. And so I decided to, let's just say, I found another voice to use that's not my own. So you're going to be hearing, as I show these pictures, narration from another party. So I hope you enjoy them. And the first photo he took with which I have not brought up yet, he took with the Z7 II, with the Z 800 millimeter f6.3 at 1/1000th of a second at ISO 1000. And I will bring up that shot, and then I will click on the audio narration for you to enjoy as you look at the wonderful image that he sent.
Get some David Attenborough here.
Yes.
In those soulful eyes, echoes of plea. In the profound and determined gaze of the orangutan, one witnesses a silent yet adamant plea for positive change through conservation. The intensity in those soulful eyes reflects not only the wisdom of this incredible species, but also the urgency of preserving their habitat. The orangutan's expression seems to transcend language barriers, serving as a powerful reminder that our collective responsibility as stewards of the earth necessitates immediate action. It embodies the spirit of a conservation crusader, a representative of the natural world, compelling us to reevaluate our impact and work towards a harmonious coexistence with the diverse ecosystems that surround us.
Okay.
See, it was good. It was good that I wasn't narrating.
No, that was intense. Like I didn't know like how to respond to it. It was so well done for the image. Like it paired very nicely. It was like, do you want to have a nice glass of whiskey with that to wash it down? So ashy and full of life, like this image. Like when I was staring at the orangutan, it was coming to life. Like it was looking into my soul, and it didn't like what it saw. Like, whoa.
Well, he obviously he is a gifted photographer. He's won, wildlife photographer of the year. He's won numerous awards. He's well deserving.
I take my hat to him.
Yes, I tip my hat and my hat, show my bald head.
Exactly. Wow.
So his
fantastic.
His second image will also have another narration as well. So hopefully we'll bring up the next image that he sent in. And this one makes you got to think about it a little bit. So let's hear the narration.
A poignant scene unfolds as a young silvered langur clings to its mother with unwavering devotion. The delicate silvery fur of the infant contrasts with the mature, darker coat of its mother, creating a touching tableau of familial connection. With tiny fingers tightly interwoven in the soft fur of its mother's back, the young langur finds solace and security in the embrace of a love so instinctive and pure. The mother, in turn, moves through the trees with grace, safeguarding her precious offspring from the myriad wonders and challenges of their arboreal world. In this tender moment, the bond between mother and child transcends species, echoing the universal language of maternal care and enduring strength.
Man.
There you go. What more can you say, right?
Yeah, it's like there was some level 8 Scrabble words in there. Like, I don't want to ever play Scrabble against this man or go against head to head with him in animal photography. These shots are amazing. The dynamic range is awesome. I also love how he's framed them. So like this one's like so punched in on this one moment. Even the one with the orangutan, same thing. So focused on his face. Like it's really, capturing a very still moment in what would otherwise be, a wild animal going nuts. It's very serene.
Yeah, when I got his narration that he sent me in a separate document, and I'm reading it, and I read it as if I was going to do it, and I said, "There's too many big words in here for me." I'm like, there were words in there I've never used in my lifetime. So I says, you know what? I says, I'm going to get a little tricky with this one. And, I'm going to use a little deception here, but I think it's working out. So his last image, I'm going to bring that up along with its related narrative as well. Here's his last image.
A lone Asian elephant stands at the edge of the road, its immense form contrasting starkly with the bustling line of cars that stretches before it. Towering above the vehicles, the elephant gazes across the asphalt expanse with an air of contemplation, its intelligence and gentle demeanor at odds with the mechanical symphony of engines and honking horns. With a trunk poised downward after testing the air, the magnificent creature hesitates, a poignant pause in its quest to traverse the asphalt divide. In this moment, the great disparity between human infrastructure and wildlife's fundamental need for movement becomes glaringly apparent. The road, once a mere human convenience, now transformed into an insurmountable barrier, highlighting the intricate struggle for survival faced by creatures who must navigate a world shaped by human progress. The silent yearning of the lone Asian elephant to cross serves as a poignant reminder of the challenges inherent in bridging the vast gap between the necessities of humanity and the essential needs of our fellow inhabitants on this planet.
Like, how do you respond to that? Like this, like he must be substituting for David Attenborough on Planet Earth when he comes down with the flu. Like, and then the amazing animal goes to the watering hole in the Serengeti. Like that's so good. Come on.
Well, the Joe, that's what a professional do, correct? He's a
I ain't
professional.
one of them.
Exactly.
Yeah, I ain't one of those. Yeah, it's like, whoa.
Very good, Sanjay.
Yeah,
Very good, Sanjay.
Well done.
Words can't really. The words that you wrote expressed your images very, very well. And hopefully, I did not do you a disservice by having a different narration other than my own, because I think that narration was appropriate for the level of what you sent in.
100%.
So I appreciate very much you taking the time in your busy schedule to send anything into the show, and I think everybody here, enjoyed it immensely.
Well, and also I'm sure that Sanjay will the poignant image here of the road intercepting the jungle, correct, and creating a barrier, correct. That's why these like in Canada they have these overpasses across the road that goes from Calgary to Jasper, correct, to allow the animals to travel across. Roads are a problem, correct?
So
So
they're
that's
constantly building more.
that's an interesting point here for discussion, correct? And so but
Gustavo,
people are becoming
one
very
thing that you
aware.
don't. But Gustavo, one thing that you might not know is that now the predators wait at the edges of that bridge
Well,
for the deer to come across. It's a bloodbath.
that's true, I'm sure, but certainly for the grizzlies, correct, allows them to go from one place to another. And yes, the animals learn and they take advantage of the environment that we created for them to communicate, but also to do their business, correct? But so this issue of overpasses and underpasses to prevent isolation from the different wildlife communities is becoming more and more important. So good for Sanjay to bring this here for discussion.
Now, for the record, the second image that I showed was with the Z7 II with the 600 millimeter f4e with the 1.4 TC at f8 at 12/50th of a second ISO 400, and then the image that you're looking at now was with a DJI Mavic 3 Classic. He says the drone crashed beyond repair during the final leg of his surveys. He's still sad about the incident, so he lost a piece of gear in the process of doing his work.
Well, in these district images, you can see there is an intent to communicate something, correct? All of the image, the intensity, the humanity of the orangutan, the devotion between the mother and the son of the langur, and here the issue of the barriers that the road represent to wildlife. Very good, Sanjay.
Yeah.
Well done.
I'm going to type something in. Give me a second here. Go to. So I'm going to send you an address here to everybody. If you want to see more of his work, you go to jitspics.com and you can look at his portfolio, some of his portfolio, and which I did, and I think that I highly recommend that everybody takes a peek at it. Obviously, very very well worth it. So we're gonna now move on to some images that got sent in by Luis. And give me 1 second to bring up his first image. Everybody doing okay? Everybody still their heart's still beating okay here?
Oh, yeah.
I don't want to show my pics anymore, man. Like the narration, the quality. Like who's gonna do mine? Like the late Gilbert Gottfried. It's blurry and it's from high altitude. Enjoy.
Well, I didn't have time to do any special narration for yours, Joe, but you'll have to put up with my voice. Or, well, you're here, it'll be your voice. So as long as you like your own voice, you're going to be good.
I don't like my own voice, but I do a lot of impressions, Jeff. Just to hide from the awful sandpaper that is my vocal cords.
So Luis's first image is
oh, that's cool.
Of a northern cat-eyed snake from Costa Rica, taken with the Nikon D7100 with a Takina 100 millimeter at f11, 1/125th of a second, ISO 400 with his flash at full power with a diffuser on it.
Wow.
So that's his first image. And 100 millimeter macro, huh? Like how many of us want to get? How many of us would want to get that close to the snake?
That's why you got the 105 millimeter macro. You don't have to get that close.
Yeah. Well, I'm just saying. I'm glad it's not a 50.
Yeah,
exactly.
That's where if you had a 200, you'd use the 200, right? But
beautiful image.
Yeah, that's cool. That's cool. And he obviously wasn't shaking too bad because the head is nice and sharp. Now his next image, and I'll disagree with you, Luis, on this. He says the spider. You're going to see a spider image, and he says not the sharpest image, but I like the spider. That image for a macro lens, it's not going to be sharp from front to back. It's not possible unless you did focus stacking. And there's absolutely nothing to complain about, my friend, with this image. D7100 with the same Takina macro lens, f11, 1/200th of a second, ISO 400 with the flash with the diffuser being used as a fill flash in this case, and this is a wonderful shot. I mean, Luis, I would not bellyache at all on this shot. You see all the veining in the leaf, all the little dots on the leaf. I mean, it's wonderful. It's wonderful.
Yeah, and all the eyes are in focus.
Exactly.
The eyes have it. Yeah. That's not something I would want landing on. I mean, I'm sure it, looks obviously probably bigger than it is in real life, but I wouldn't want it hopping on my shoulder. I know that.
So many eyes that you start wondering whether it has eyes also in the legs.
Yeah, you're looking at the spider. You're like, you looking at me, or are you looking at me, or are you looking at me?
Beautiful.
Yeah, I just wonder how the eye focus would work on this. The animal focus, because Nikon is set up for 2 eyes, not 4.
Yeah. But that's
Is that the green coloring on the spider, or is that
that's the green coloring on the spider.
Oh wow.
Yeah. Now his third image that he sent in 3. So his third image here is of a female black-naped monarch taken with a D500 with a 500 PF wide open, 1/640th of a second, auto ISO at 1250 plus 1 EV, and he made some commentary at the end of his email that I'll read to all you guys, because it kind of talks about a discussion that we had in the previous live stream last week. So he says, as for your live stream, there were a few comments about taking photo workshops or not if you go on safari or on other trips, which we did have that discussion for a little bit last week. He says, my take on it is that you know how to take pictures. You only need a guide to show you places or animals. He says, when I was this last time in Costa Rica with his wife, they saw 2 photo workshop groups, and he was happy not to be on them, not because there's nothing to learn, but because he prefers to search wildlife himself and not waste time with basics. Obviously, a guide is great, and I took one for a few hours, and based on that experience, he says, I saw that he saw during his tour one species of bird he wanted to see for a while, but the one he wanted to see the most, he saw 2 days later on his own, but based on his tips for the location and behavior. The first group, he says, he came across was learning about fill flash. When a green emerald toucanet came, all 6 of them took pictures, but the background was horrible with hanging fruit and rice in the frame. There were other birds on beautiful perches and faraway backgrounds, but they only looked to the toucanet. On top of it, they had no idea what that bird was. A green pigeon, perhaps? ? There were no birders in that group. So he says the second group he came across were going on a workshop with Greg Basco from Deep Green Photography. They had a setup with multi-flash, color background, remote triggers, and a lot of Canon gear available. He only saw 2 of the group, as the other 8 were arriving just after he left. He says, I'm sure those 2 took great pictures of hummingbirds in flight, but He was not interested on photographing those Hummers. The setup attracted only the 2 most common species in the garden, and he says he was more interested to see the rest of the wildlife. He spoke to the local photographer that was with them. He was really good birder and photographer, and he got some good local tips from him. So in short, he says, if you already know how to photograph, just take a guide to show you the area or to help you search for something specific. So that's his 2 cents on that whole subject that we discussed last week. So thank you.
I would agree with that because I was on the Isle of Skye, and I hired a photographer as a guide one day to take my father and I around, and he took us to all the best spots, or to get all the good shots. And then I had 2 more days on Skye, so then I could go back, and because it saved me an awful lot of time. He took me to like all the best spots there, because if you're by yourself or without a guide, you'd never find these things.
Yeah. So I agree. Having a local guy is great. Being part of a photo tour sometimes it's good, but it has the same restrictions, correct, or boundaries that Luis is mentioning. Did he mention whether this is also done with film flash? Luis is not here. I haven't seen him.
Oh,
But
on this that's on here now?
it's not. I haven't seen him yet.
No, there's no. No, this last image he doesn't mention a flash at all.
Okay,
He was
because
at +1 EV auto ISO at 1250.
Okay, beautiful. Because taking the images there under the canopy can be rather tricky, correct? So,
Yeah.
so that's why you either have to do some exposure compensation, and or do you have to do some fill-in flash? But next time that he joined, we can ask the question. But I do agree with that, and actually, probably would like to have some of the contacts that he has in Costa Rica.
Yeah.
Beautiful image, Luis.
Yeah. Good job.
Muy bueno, Luis.
So our next image maker, that's what I should call her. Just say, call everybody what we are. We're image makers, right?
Exactly.
We're documentarians. We're image makers, and we document what we see with our eyes and share it with other people.
League of Extraordinary Gentlemen.
Is Ava Campbell is our next. Come on down, Ava. You're the new contestant on The Price is Right. Yeah, come on down. So her first image is
wow.
a Eurasian oyster catcher. Now I don't know what this abbreviation is because I don't go to England. She says that it's at RSPB Arms in Dorset, England. Taken with the OM1 with a 100 to 400 with a 1.4 TC. So he's at 550 millimeter f9, 1/1000th of a second, ISO 2500.
That's the Royal Society for the Protection of Birds. So this is probably a bird sanctuary or a bird, bird sanctuary. So that's what the RSPB is, which is a nice institution.
Not near the waste management facility.
Not near the waste
management. like our other one, she said. Thank you, Evan. Appreciate it.
Very good. Nice. And they look a bit different than what we have in South Carolina in the U.S. That's for sure.
And the wing's almost touching the water.
Yeah, yes. I mean the left side. If that's not touching, it's within an inch. It's very close, very close. And I love that. I love trying to get pictures of the birds with one of their wings like dragging or just touching the water. I mean, that just adds a little bit of interest. Now,
let's say bye to Chuck. He's leaving.
Chuck, have a good one, sir. And thank you a million times over for coming on the panel tonight and letting everybody say hi to you and see that perfectly groomed haircut. And hey, make a habit out of it, man. Come back next Saturday too. Now that we got you, now that we got you out of the box, man, we're not putting you back in the box. You gotta show up again next Saturday. Now we're gonna put the pressure on you. So thank you so much, my friend, for coming on. Appreciate it. Ava's second shot here is
Wow.
So this is Bournemouth Pier in Dorset, England, taken with the OM1 again, and the 12 to 100 millimeter lens at 17 millimeter, f7.1, 1/1000th of a second, ISO 200. And obviously when you're in England, and she's got the rainbow there, she's got the turbulent skies, the dark, the dark gloomy skies coming in, which they must be very used to in England, unfortunately. But she got that rainbow in there on the left-hand side of the image too. So that's a real cool shot.
Did she mention the location, or whatever? Can you tell us the location?
Bournemouth Pier
Okay.
in Dorset, England. She went to England to see her mom recently. So these are recent photos.
Nice and very punchy, correct? That landscape.
Yeah, and the dark, the moody skies, which England is known for. Here you got some white in the clouds, and you've got dark blue, you got gray, you got a rainbow. I mean, you couldn't have done it in Photoshop any better. Only kidding. I'm not going to accuse you.
This is not Photoshop. This is excellent.
Yeah, I know. I'm just teasing.
Killer shot. Love the color.
Now her third image. Give me a second. Her third image is the New Forest Arboretum Ornamental Drive in Dorset, England. Once again, the OM1, 12 to 100 lens at 47 millimeter, f8, 1/50th of a second, ISO 200. So she's got that nice, your eyes are following the road because of the lighting, the illumination on the asphalt. It's a nice shot.
It's got nice movement to it. It really draws you into the center of it. And
Yeah.
I like how she didn't really have to vignette the edges just because of the natural shadows there. Like none of that's forced. Like that's really a great usage of natural lighting and using that to frame your shot without having to do it in post.
Yeah. Very good.
And of course, the fact that there was a little bit of rain before, correct, give you that nice reflection on the asphalt.
Yeah.
Beautiful, Eva. Good capture.
Yeah.
Eva, you're making us all look bad, man. These been some great photos. No, I'm serious. Like one of the reasons I come to see you guys all the time is because there's so many talented photographers in this group. Like it's really inspirational and motivational for me to like see the work other people are doing. And like Eva's shots, the variety there, that's great. Like, and then the nature photography, same thing. Like there's such a good wide variety and genres of photography that at least I myself like don't always consider for myself to do. So like to see people doing it and doing it so well, it definitely, it inspires you to keep going.
Her last image was actually taken with her new Z8. Okay, drum roll, please. And her last image was at Lake Martin Swamp at sunrise in Louisiana. She says, because you set me a challenge, I'll have to save the rest of my holiday snaps for next month. This is taken with the new Z8 and the 400 f4.5. She says, what a sweet lens, every bit as sharp as I hoped. F4.5. at 1/800th of a second, ISO 2400. And so this is a nice way of introducing your use of the new Z8 in your hands with the 400 f4.5 lens. So you're moving the bar up, Ava. So you're putting pressure on yourself because you're your own worst critic. You know how that works. We're all our own worst critic. So National Geographic, here she comes. She's getting there.
Yeah, and the fact that, I mean, she went and photographed those cypress tree that takes fall colors. People don't realize that in the swamps of Louisiana and Texas, there is some fall colors in those cypress tree. So beautiful capture, Eva. I love, very moody. The image, even without the egret, would have been perfect, but the egrets add a lot to it. So beautiful.
Yep. So thank you for sharing your images from England. We appreciate that, since I never get on the other side of the pond, as they say. I'm stuck on this side of the pond. So I like seeing pictures from other countries. Very, very interesting. Now, David, you got to get Anita here because her shots are coming up, if she wishes to talk about them anyway. So Anita's first shot, we will bring it up here.
Oh, wow.
Now, this is, she says all the photos that you're going to see here are taken with the Z6 II and the 24-70 f4S lens. This was on Remembrance Day. She used a tripod for this 10-second exposure at f11, ISO 1250, 40 millimeter focal length, and she used AI noise reduction in Lightroom, although there was minimal noise at this ISO. Wow. So this is definitely a photo you remember for Remembrance Day. Very appropriate, obviously. That's neat how they have all those lights down in front of the crosses like that.
They're all candles.
Those are all candles. Okay.
Yeah, and they had 3,500 of them.
Jeez.
Each one was to represent a soldier who died in war from southern Alberta.
Wow.
Now, David, now we know who is the best photographer in your family.
Yeah, it's not me.
It's not you.
Oh, that's a great shot.
Oh, when I saw this, I was impressed.
Yeah. Yeah, and look how clear how sharp it is. Left to right, front to back, however you want to word it. And the photograph that's on that cross in the foreground on the right hand corner, you could almost read the writing on it, on the above the picture. I mean, it's wonderful. Wonderful shot. Now her next image is let me get my things straightened out here. Okay, so she's saying this is obviously a reflection shot.
Like that.
And downtown Calgary, sunrise reflection on the rippled glass on that building. No tripod, f7.1 at 1/60th of a second, ISO 6400. She used the Lightroom's new AI noise reduction that's available on that package now. Yeah, it's really, really interesting with the waviness of the glass. Makes a really interesting photograph. 3-hour maximum parking there, according to that sign.
You see, when I see this image, I wonder what a crop on the mirrors only will look like. Right?
Yeah, I mean, I suppose you could do a what do you call it? Change the aspect ratio to where, you know, it's not a standard aspect ratio, kind of make it look almost like a panoramic, you know.
Because the photo, Anita, the distortion of the different panels makes the reflection of the sunrise very, very interesting.
Yeah. Very cool. Very cool.
And we have Sanjit here. He joined us, Jeff.
Oh, great. Sanjit, let me tell you, I hope you have, I mean, I know time is precious for you. I hope you have time to look back, at least fast forward to where we showed your images. We've already shown them. We did a little interesting thing with your verbiage that you sent with the images. The narration was not from me. It was from a mysterious person. So let's just say I think you'll find the presentation of your images, you will enjoy it if you go back and look at it. We all enjoyed them. They were phenomenal. Now Anita sent in 2 more images, so we'll jump to her third shot. And I like lighthouses, like little lighthouse like that.
Oh, that's awesome.
This is. She didn't. David, do you know where this, or is she there to tell you where this was shot at?
Well, this is in Sylvan Lake. It's about a kilometer away from where Anita lives.
Okay.
Yeah, it's we shot this in the afternoon.
I mean, it
That's
looks
a
like
panel, David or Anita. That's a panel, or it's a single image?
Single shot.
Beautiful.
Yeah. Yeah, she cropped it to make it look like a panel.
No, fantastic.
Yeah. Yeah, I've done that a few times too. I like making it look like one more than I like doing one. Okay, at least, you know, hey, at least I'm honest about it, you know.
Well, I was standing right beside her when she took this, and my photography was crap compared to this.
Fantastic.
And then on her last image that she sent, this was at well, this image and the last one you're going to see was at 70 millimeters f10. They were both at f10. This last shot you're going to see was at 1/320th of a second ISO 320. So we will jump to her last image here.
Oh wow!
I love the little dome. I like the circular rooms, you know.
Yeah.
I like that.
Yeah, this is shot in Red Deer. Yeah. She played with this. Yeah. She played with this image a bit, but it really brought out the house.
Yeah, the water seems, you know, smooth and soft. The grass is kind of soft looking, you know, but the house and I like it. I like it.
Good atmospheric shot.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah. So to David and Anita, we thank you both for your images. Obviously, we appreciate you taking the time.
Particularly Anita.
Well, that's what I agree with you there, Gustavo.
Boy. You know, if he could, you're on the panel. You know, you're 2 people above, so he can't hit you.
We're seeing a trend here, correct? Every time we have our female photographers, then they put us on, you know, they take our egos down when Diana comes in or Anita comes in or Eva. Okay, you boys, calm down a little bit.
Well, we got to. It puts the pressure on us. We got to improve.
That's right.
Exactly.
Oh yeah. And
100%.
so I sent my pictures in first, and she sent hers in, and I had no idea what she was sending in. And then I was kind of wishing that I had to change mine around, but it was too late.
Okay, Scubarazzi, I see. I will just before we get to your images, I will, which is shortly, I will go in my email and send you a link. Okay. We got another person who wanted to try to support the channel and narrate for me here, and this is an interesting one. So I want you to listen carefully to this voice because, well, you're going to know who it is because the person says who it is, or so you think. So we shall.
Hi, gang. This is Christopher Lee. I know you think I died in 2015. Remember all the old Hammer films? In the day where I was playing Dracula? I'm sure you thought it was all an act, but not really. It was no act. So if you don't subscribe to Jeff's channel, I may have to pay you a visit late at night to have a drink or two on you, if you know what I mean.
I love these. I love these supporters that I have tonight to try to get everybody amped up here to subscribe.
Somebody having too much fun with AI. That's what I say.
Yes, this is AI, baby. This is AI. And I thought I'd make it fun and interesting. We got. I think I got one more for you before the end of the night. Our next image is going to be from let's see, Dana Garrett. So Dana sent in an image, and let me get it up here on the screen. So as this image was taken at a car show, he was trying to get an art poster effect. Taken with the Nikon Z6 II with the 24-200 at 125 millimeters, f6.3, 1/500th of a second, ISO 280. And this is kind of like, to me, he says an art poster effect. I think I commented back to him, it was like a Art Deco, right? Kind of like Art Deco, I think. It's cool. It's definitely
super cool.
Yeah.
Awesome.
I wish I could see a vehicle that looked this nice. The paint is almost perfect, is near perfect. It's a nice perspective that he used for the shot.
Yeah, it's got that fly on it that keeps moving around on the picture. Yeah, there it goes again. Yeah.
But as Joy was saying before, correct? This is inspiring, correct? You can see, the simplicity and geometry here, how it works so well, correct? So,
you could get a lot of wonderful. I know Chuck
100%.
likes to do this too. I mean, I think Chuck liked to go get pictures of old cars and car shows and stuff. It's nice to focus on the smaller details of a car because people typically try to just take a picture of the whole car from a couple different angles. But when you can focus in on a smaller area of the car and bring out the details of some, whether it be chrome, some trim work, or the emblem for the vehicle, or interesting taillights, and of a car from the 50s or the early 60s. Those are more of that Art Deco look, when you focus in more on the details rather than the whole car.
well, and this image will work as an abstract, shapes and forms. But the fact that you have that corner with a wheel gives you a clue that is not only pure geometry, there is more to it, correct?
Yeah.
So that makes it for me.
Yeah. You just got to be careful that your reflection is not in the picture.
Right.
Yeah.
Exactly.
And that's what happens when you shoot straight on.
Yeah, but really you can't tell the reflection. I think you can see the legs, but it's not that, it's still pretty good.
Yeah.
It's still blurred in the back.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think that you can't see it because of the bokeh,
Yeah.
but it is there.
And he might be taking a picture, all right, but you notice if his hand's in the red, it's right with that middle center. I don't know what that is,
But we'll have to get that bug back again and it'll point it out. That bug right there, yeah.
Yeah. So that was the only.
Send you some
Hey guys, after these ones, I'm gonna have to drop, guys. Sorry, I don't have a lot of time left. Sorry.
Well, we're gonna skip over to you. This was the only image that that Dana sent in. So let me find yours, Joe. Hang on a second. Bear with me.
Sorry to rush you. No, sorry. I just
no.
Fiance's ready to watch a movie, Christmas movie, so gotta go get festive.
Everybody who's on the panel has earned the right to have to narrate their own images. So I'm going to bring up your first one. Once my computer wants to. I don't know. Maybe my computer's blocking your image for some reason, Joe. I don't know what's going on here. No, it's coming. It's going to come up. The hard drive fell. The external drive fell asleep, so it's got to wake up here. There we go.
Wow.
So you're on, Joe.
Cool. Yeah.
Talk about it.
Okay, cool. I'll let it rip. Yeah, this one I took downtown Calgary. I'm just doing a YouTube video right now on panorama stitches with my Mini 3 Pro. The Mini 3 Pro's got this like high res 48 megapixel stack mode. It just kind of sucks. So for this one, I put the gimbal on it into true vertical, and then I took about, say, 15 photos and I stitched them together in Affinity, and then generated this photo. It's a big file, but it was fun. It was right around, God, I don't know, 8-ish. Sunrise is pretty late right now, so it was fun. It wasn't too cold, which was nice, but starting to kind of get the fisheye on the corners because it was so wide. I'm thinking about maybe trying to do a 360 just for fun one day and see how crazy we can make it.
Oh wow.
So how much of an angle do you cover there? 120, 180?
I'd say about 180. Yeah.
Beautiful. And did you have to straighten the horizon after in processing? Wow.
No, I just kept the drone at the exact same level for all the shots and just did a left to right pan. Exactly. So it wouldn't, and also I find Affinity does a really good job of lining everything up. I didn't have to go back in and manually do anything. So yeah, it was good.
No, that was excellent.
I'm going to jump to your next shot, Joe. Let's see. I got to hold, my dog can hang on for a second. She's got to go out. She's like clawing me. She's got to go out. So we're gonna go through Joe's, and then I'm gonna let you guys carry on a conversation while I let my dog out to go to do her thing.
100%. Yeah, this one, same drone. I just got right above the tower there. Wanted to try to kind of give an idea of Center Street with traffic coming in and then getting the tower. Think I might do that one again one day. There's a couple different angles I want to try, but same thing. Just this one is just JPEG straight out of camera, just a little bit of editing, nothing too crazy. I used a Capture One for processing it, but I must say that with the right ISO settings and shooting in manual with that drone, you can't tell it's a tiny sensor. You can really get a lot out of it, and it's it's fun.
Now, are those fixed aperture lenses? Is it just one aperture, or is it something you can change?
It's a fixed 1.7. I've got a variable ND that I put on the front sometimes, but the tricky thing with that is you have to get that really dialed in before you take off, because once you're in the air, you're in the air, right? Yeah. So generally speaking, when I'm flying like this, I don't usually have a variable ND. I'll just drop it into manual and then try to get the ISO down as low as I can, and then shoot kind of a long exposure. So I think this one was probably around 2 seconds, I would say.
Wow.
Oh, I just got a question there from Scubaruzzi. Yes, there are lots of rules. It depends on where you are. So Edmonton, you can't fly like this. Calgary has got some different rules for the downtown core for sub 250 drones. So it's really drone weight is what dictates a lot of the rules. If you guys are in Canada and interested in that, check out my channel. There's lots of videos about Canadian drone laws, but you can't fly in Banff ever.
And here's your next image.
Yeah, this one, I took this with the Sony ZV-1. I was staying out at the Banff Springs Hotel there, and we just got the craziest sunrise that morning. So I thought, all right, I'll just quickly use my compact camera and get a shot. But yeah, I shot this in full auto, nothing crazy. Shot it in RAW and then edited it, and that's about it. It was about -8 that day. So yeah.
So Joey, let me ask you a question here. Have you tried to do some of those photos? I don't know whether it's, I think in some of the waterfalls on your way to Jasper, that you fly into the waterfall or across the waterfall, or is in the national park the regulations are different?
Yeah, national parks you can't. So all those are in the parks there. So I mean, yeah, I definitely do go to a lot of those spots, but I just take my regular camera with me. It's the fine. I think it's about 5,000 if they catch you flying in the park, and it's tricky because on my drone rules video, there's a lot of folks that are upset about the rules, and like I get it, and I mean I think the biggest issue I have is the fact there isn't like a clear map of where you can fly. The national CRA, I think it was, no, not CRA, sorry, I forget the name of the organization, but they have this map that shows where you can't, but it doesn't factor in provincial or city laws. Okay. On top of that, so it's it's kind of tricky. I wish the national parks had like a designated area with geofencing where you could fly. I feel like that would be kind of a happy medium. But I mean, the one flip side of that is in a town like Banff, which is one of the biggest tourist hubs in Canada, if everyone was allowed to fly their drones, the whole sky would be moving. So it's exactly. It's a tricky balance of allowing people to do creative things, but also preserving the nature and the not losing that aspect.
And then you got one more here, Joe, I believe.
Awesome.
Was it one or two?
One. I don't know. I hope it's one. I hope I didn't send you too many. Sorry, Jeff. Yeah, this one was from the exact same spot in the hotel room. But for this one, I used my Lumix S5 II with the 20-60 kit lens. I want to say this one was right around 55 millimeters. It's a variable aperture, so rock the tripod for this one for sure. But just right at the end of the golden hour there, I did a time lapse in 4K 60 from this angle, and I just right at the end there saw the light kind of hitting the hill there and thought it was kind of nice. So
yeah, I think that's everything you sent me, I believe.
Awesome.
Although I obviously got something out of order here, but I think that's all you sent. I mean, I'm going to throw one up. I'm not sure. I'm confused as to who this is.
That's me. So this is Lake Minnewanka. Okay. Sorry, I think I sent everything through the kitchen sink at you, Jeff. This one, it's about 20 minutes from Banff there. They have this little lake loop you can do, and there's like 5 lakes along it. It's crazy. And usually this is all frozen over this time of year, but we've had a pretty mild winter thus far. So the winter hasn't frozen this whole lake yet. So I just quickly popped my S5 II down, got a quick shot freehand on this one. I think I was shooting around 20 mil on this. And then that little dock out there in the summer, there's a bridge that gets extended out to that, so you can go out and take boat tours. But it's pretty fun spot. The water was still enough. I could kind of get the reflection. If I'd used a tripod and actually had some patience, I probably could have gotten that dialed in a bit more, but that is not me. So this is what you get.
Well, thank you for sending in. I mean, I'm amazed of the quality of the images from the drone. I mean, I'm really blown away by them.
Great work, Joe.
Thanks. Yeah. Thanks, guys. Appreciate it. Well, hey, great seeing y'all. We'll see you guys next week. And thanks for having me. And everyone else who sent photos in, great work, man. Like, it's keeping me going, keeping me motivated. So I'll be watching the rest of this from my couch while I eat a very questionable sandwich. But great seeing y'all.
Have a good one, Joe. Thanks for coming in. Appreciate it.
Thanks, guys. Have a good night.
Take care. Scubarazzi, I just sent you the link so that you can come in. So I'm going to wait for you to show up here before I move on. I got to move some stuff out of the way so I'll see that when you try to come in. And I know this is going to be audio only. So what I'm going to do, because I have to, once you come into the show up here and I let you in, I'm going to let you kind of like tell everybody a little bit about yourself. I'm going to excuse myself for a few minutes. I'll let the rest of the panel question the heck out of you while I let my dog out, who's not happy with me right now. So, I will.
Could you take up his first photo at the same time, Jeff?
Yeah, I could do that. Give me a second. Going a little out of order, but not much, so I'm not going to worry about it here. I'll apologize to the two people that I'm cutting in front of here later. So we'll put up his first image. And here he is. Hello, hello.
I don't see him.
No, he doesn't have a video feed. He doesn't have a video feed, but hopefully we can hear him.
Oh.
Wow. How deep were you?
Can you hear us, Scubarazzi? I mean, we can't. You want to comment on your image? Yeah, we don't have any sound from you.
Right, he can hear me. Right, we can't hear you.
Yeah, we cannot hear you. Yes, correct. I will let you try to fiddle with that and let everybody enjoy your image here. Guys, keep the try to keep things going for at least like 3 to 5 minutes. I gotta let my dog out.
Scubarazzi, go into the little cogwheel and make sure that your microphone is listed. You just click on the down and then select them. That should fix your sound. And then you make sure that nothing's on mute. The only thing you want to mute is your browser. But your restream. Okay, go ahead.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
So, good evening, gentlemen. Nice to meet you. Or, Mike, that's good morning. So, yeah. Should we wait with the picture for Jeff to come back, or?
Now, go ahead and describe this interesting picture with the.
Scubarazzi, also since the first time you join us with your voice, do an introduction of yourself as well.
Okay.
Sure. Yeah, so it's the first time that I'm in the panel here, as you probably know. The motivation is a little bit to motivate us other people to get in, because there is a lot of interesting people in the chat that we have. Not that you guys wouldn't be interesting, but of course, I think the panel lives from all the people that are in, and yeah, it's interesting to get stories from other people as well. So basically, I'm based in Switzerland. As you have seen my pictures, my passion is scuba diving and taking pictures underwater. Unfortunately, I cannot do it all the time, as in Switzerland we have lakes, but it's not like living in the Caribbean or on the Maldives or something where I could do it day by day. So I have to take also other pictures. So I try to take a lot of animal pictures mainly, but from time to time I play around with other stuff as well, because if the weather is not so good or there is no season for a lot of animals, I'll try to do something else just to keep me busy. You'll see it also in the pictures that I've done. Yeah, what else is there to say? Not much.
How long have you been doing scuba diving and underwater photography?
Yeah, so with scuba diving, I started 1981. 90, no, not true. 1998, right.
Okay.
That's when I started. Then I had a little break where I couldn't do it. And I started really actively 2006, where I started off with a little Nikon, what was it? Coolpix 5600. Just like this. Then I got a lens, then I got a strobe, then I got this, then I got that, and it got bigger and bigger by the day. Yeah, so I tried to do so. So I'm not taking any pictures with a DSLR or a mirrorless. I always take those smaller cameras. Currently, I'm mainly working with RX100 from Sony,
Okay.
because yeah, especially when you're traveling and you need to bring all the gear. I mean, I'm always already now booking a second luggage just to get somewhere, and if you have to get the whole massive housing with the massive camera and everything, it's just way too much. Yeah. And I
And
think
your
the
scuba
pictures are
gear.
decent. Yeah, and exactly my scuba gear. So yeah, that's the problem. It's not like going on a safari to Africa where you bring just your cameras and stuff. But no, I need to bring my whole scuba gear and a laptop to edit the pictures and you name it, and all the chargers. Yeah, so that's basically it.
Beautiful,
Yeah.
beautiful. We appreciate it. So tell us a little bit about this image here.
So this image was taken in Curacao in the Caribbean.
Okay.
It was basically during a night dive when the dive was almost finished. So the guys who dive, know what it is. It was at the end at the safety stop on 5 meters, and this squid came by and was somehow fascinated by my lights. So it came really, really close. And I had some time to take some pictures. Sometimes it came that close that I couldn't even focus. So I had to push it away. Normally, we don't touch animals underwater, but this one was coming so close and was so friendly that I could even pet it. And that was also there. I made a video of it, and it's really interesting. When you pet it with your finger, it changes the color where you touch it. So you see the little dots that are basically the color pigments, or however it's called in English, where they're able to change their color quite quickly and like also pulsate and flash their skin, or it looks like they could even do a strobe effect. Yeah.
It's like bioluminescence, I guess, right? Pretty much.
Yeah, bioluminescence would be more if it shines by itself, like a jellyfish or something. But this one is more like it's like a chameleon, right?
Exactly.
Yeah.
And what you see here, so I don't know if all the people are familiar, of course, as a scuba diver know. So the one in the middle is the eye, and you have the tentacles. I didn't take a pic, or I didn't send in a picture with all the body, but I think the eye is really fascinating as well. It's reflecting really nice. So
yeah,
that was basically the
and
motivation.
Jake Wilson is asking, how long is this? It's probably 10 centimeters or something like that, correct?
The squid, the size, yeah, it's like 10 to 20 centimeters. It's not a big one. It's not those massive one that you have in the Sea of Cortez, or where you have those 2 meter big aggressive squids that
Exactly.
that will attack you and
Exactly.
be more aggressive than sharks. Even though that sharks are not aggressive, but
the colors in the eyes are amazing.
Yeah. Beautiful. Beautiful.
And the texture in the body of the with all the different cells that expand and contract that you describe, it's fantastic, Kurasi.
Great.
My first when I first got certified as a diver, which was way long ago, and we had our open water dives, okay, that we obviously part of our certification process, and was lucky enough that in this cove that we were in, that there was a group of squid eggs, and the squids were coming out of the eggs. And so you had unhatched squid eggs, and you could see, the bodies in there. And then you had some that had just hatched that were jetting all around you. And that was like one of the first things I saw, really on my first open water dive. And at that point, you're hooked big time. You're hooked. When you get to see something like that, your first time in the water, you're like, okay, I'm going to be doing this for a long time.
There you have to be really lucky to see something like this.
Yes.
Right.
I'm gonna skip over to your second shot and apologize for not being able to say hi to you when you first came on. I'm
No worries.
Glad everything got fixed with the sound. Your approach to photography and your time, which people will see in some of your subsequent shots, but your setups and things that you plan out for your images that you take are truly amazing, and we've enjoyed it. I know you always comment that you're not one that normally shares your images, and I could just say that we're extremely happy that you have shared your images on this show. It's you really bring a different perspective, a different subject matter that we're not used to seeing. And as a former diver, along with Gustavo, I know that we really appreciate these images that you take.
Thank you. Really appreciate it.
But we'll skip to your second one and let you talk about that one a little bit.
All right.
Second. Okay. Yeah. So this one I took this year with my Z8 and the Sigma 150 to 600 millimeters. Basically, for me, this is kind of, it's not an easy shot to take a firefly, to shoot a firefly, because they're so hectic and nervous in the air. So this was basically a test for the autofocus of my Z8 to figure out how well it works. And even though that that I use this Sigma lens that is F mount with the FC adapter, it worked quite well. So I have to say it's incredible how well the adapted glass, even from third-party lenses, works. Yeah, I didn't get my 180 to 600 then, so I have it now, but I didn't have it before. But I have to say the Sigma is performing really, really well. The trick of taking that picture is, the Z8 still has some troubles focusing, of course, because it got distracted by the background. So my trick was pre-focusing a little bit manually. So I used the manual focus wheel to get it at least in the right area, and then the autofocus took over. This is why, for me, this shot is a little bit special because.
Yeah, and then you took this at the data you sent me. You took this at 1/4000th of a second. So, to try to freeze the wings of a dragonfly is like trying to. You're up there with your shutter speed, just like if you were trying to catch a kingfisher. I mean, you have to have it really, really fast.
It's basically also the spot where I used to shoot kingfishers. So I sent you already last time or the time before the picture with the mating kingfishers. Basically, it was out of the same height. So while waiting for the kingfishers, we just to take some pictures of other animals, so like this one. But yeah, you guys have hummingbirds. We do not have hummingbirds, so we have to shoot fireflies.
Well, I do the same thing when I'm at the park and the birds are like on strike for a little while or taking a moment where they're just too far away. You start looking for other things. It's funny. My friend Bob and I will always make a competition out of it. We'll try to get pictures of dragonflies, and we'll try to get pictures of fish jumping out of the water. And as silly as that is, but when you do get the picture of the fish jumping out of the water, it's pretty neat because you probably try 50 times before you get the one where it looks halfway decent. But you always want to keep looking for something to shoot when your primary subject maybe isn't cooperating.
You have to be really lucky to get the fish that jumps out of the water. They never tell you that they will come.
They don't tell you. We're lucky where we have one type of fish down here that pretty much jumps 3 times. So once you see it jump the first time, it's going to jump 2 more times. So you can kind of prep yourself where you have a chance at getting it sharp, but you just don't know the distance between jumps, but it's going to at least jump 3 times, which makes it a little bit I don't want to say easier, but it gives you a chance anyway.
I see.
Wonderful shot. Yeah, like you said, a good statement that third-party lenses can do a good job as well, a great job as well.
I have quite a few of those Sigma lenses, and because in the past they were quite half the price of the Nikon ones, and they are made in Japan as well, and their build quality is really good. So for me, this was a good, affordable option in the past. Yeah.
We're gonna go to one of your next 2. Let's just say creative shots, very creative shots. So we'll go to your third shot here that you sent me, which is let me find my cheat sheet here, and but we'll let you talk about this one as it comes up.
Okay, so this is in a city close where I live. So I went up quite early in the morning for the sunrise. So you have the old castle from the 15th century, or it was broken or destroyed in the 15th century. So yes, so the trick with this picture was on one side that took long exposure. It's done with an HDR effect, so it was always 3 or 5 pictures per series. And what I also did is you see the glass ball with the reflection in it. So to have the background and the glass ball in focus, I had to do some focus stacking. So I used HDR focus stacking. It was more of an experiment to do so, to see what is possible. And it went quite well, I think. So it was playing around with the possibilities of the camera, and of course also Photoshop that did the HDR stacking. So what I needed to do is first do HDR pictures for every focus level.
Wow.
And then, or first merge the 3 or 5 images of the HDR for every focus level, and then merge the stacks to get this picture.
And you're not an alcoholic, huh?
No, I'm not.
Boy, I if I even thought of doing something like this, boy, you got the patience of a saint. Boy, that's incredible.
Nowadays it's easier than it used to be, right? So
Yeah,
also Photoshop is doing the photo stack for you, so it's doing the whole number crunching, and you do not have to do too much. It's not like having to mask every single area by yourself. So I would be too lazy for that.
Well, you're certainly not lazy. Just even attempting to do something like this, and the result is speaks for itself, doesn't it? It's wonderful.
The worst thing is to get up early in the morning to see that, especially when the weather is not good, and climb up the hill to take those pictures. That's what it takes.
Oh man, that's a sight. That's a sight. Wonderful. And now you did an interesting little technique here with your last shot that we'll bring up here, and I'll let you go through this because this has quite a story along with it too.
Yeah, so this is one of the pictures that I took while the weather was not good and the days are short now here in Europe. So the morning when I go to work it's dark, in the evening when I come home it's dark, so not much to do. So what I did is I wanted to take some water splash pictures, and I owe a device called the Myop Splash. I don't know if you know the company Myops. They are doing a lot of devices for photography. So one thing what I have from them, they have like special triggers that are able to, if you have thunderstorms outside and you have a lightning, so they trigger your camera, for example, or you can trigger it with sound or add external devices and so on. So they allow you like taking pictures of exploding balloons or whatever. They also have electronic sliders, or they call it Capsule 360. It's a device where you put your camera on and it turns and takes pictures, so that you can do those time lapses with the moving heads and stuff like this. So a lot of things that they have, and one of them is the Myop Splash. That's a device that is basically you connect it to your camera and to your phone, and then you can program how big the drops are and when they should come down, and it takes a picture. But that needs a lot of patience to figure out what the picture, how to set up the timings. So what I did here is I had this bowl downside with green water in it, a little bit of milk to get texture in the liquid, and then in the Myops splash I dropped pink water with milk, so then you see the effect of the picture of this water drop where you have this umbrella style. There is a little dome, you don't know if you can see it around it. So how I did that is I took, as you have for kids to make soap bubbles. So I made a soap bubble, put it on it, and then the water was dropping through this bubble. It didn't destroy it. So that's what you see around it, around the dome. And the ball now that you see here with the reindeer, that's I had another ball. It wasn't very nice. So what I played around with Adobe's Firefly, this AI feature, and asked it to replace the ball. And so you see this picture is AI or partially AI. It's not all done in camera. So I replaced the ball by something else, just to play around a little bit. So that's how I did the picture.
And you don't drink? I don't believe it.
No, no time for drinking. No time for drinking. No.
This is something.
Yeah, but most of the time it takes to set up this the perfect timing for the water drops. And if you look online or in YouTube, there are some guys that are doing really incredible pictures with that tool. So it's really nice what can be done. So there's still a lot of space to improve.
So how do you get the little water drop and the splash look like it has like a stem, like a fungus, green? What is that?
So the in the bowl there was green water, so I put
Okay.
green water in it. So what you have is there is the first drop coming down. It takes the green water up, so you have like a pillar, and then there
Exactly.
is a second drop coming from the top, and it's the pink drop basically. Yeah.
Beautiful.
Yeah.
Look
Looks
like
like
a mushroom.
looks like a mushroom. Yeah, looks like a
Yeah.
mushroom. That is cool.
Yeah, so this is really, if you have some times and don't know what to do in the evening, you can spend a lot of time with that. Yeah. Yeah, that's more or less it.
If I was mixing up all that stuff and getting out glue and milk and this and that, my wife would be thinking that I'm doing something evil.
Yeah, and it also it depends on the consistency of the water. So you can put some glycerin in it, or they call it xanthan glue or something like this, to change the viscosity of the water, and then you have different water drops and so on and so forth. So there, as I said, there is a lot of time for experimenting and playing around to get different results.
Well, once again, we really appreciate you participating in the show, and I'm glad that we somehow drew your interest in wanting to do it on the show, because we, it's a unique look at things that we don't see very often. So it's greatly appreciated. We enjoy it very much.
Yeah, thanks a lot. I really enjoyed the live streams of you guys. You do it really well, and hopefully also other people will be motivated to get in a little bit and give me a perspective, because there is a lot of people in the chat that seem to have a lot of experience as well. And I mean, you guys, you have really a lot of experience and done a lot and have a lot of gear, even though the guys with the very lot of gears are not here around today, but one never knows. Great.
Well, we have a great community that Chuck put together, and luckily I think I haven't caused too many of them to leave in Chuck's absence. I think they hung around, which is great, and everybody is aware that all they got to do is send me an email, and I'll say this, remind everybody again, anyone that wants to come on the panel. This panel, I send invites out to 7 or 8 people every week that have been available a good portion of the time. However, it doesn't preclude anybody that is in the chat from coming on the panel. You just gotta send me an email on my email address and say, send me a link for the show, and I'm more than happy to send a link to anyone, because the more we have, more people we have involved, the more you want to be part of the community, because your voice is heard, your opinion matters. Your genre that you particularly shoot, you can share great insight to how you do your photography. And it all benefits everybody else, because most people might specialize in one genre, but they do other genres as well. Just like Gustavo, everybody will maybe look at what I've done in the last 5 years and say, oh, you just do birds, and Gustavo, you'll say, well, he does mostly birds, but then he has this beautiful train photograph, and he does other genres. It's just you guys don't see a lot of the other stuff that we do, because you're just used to seeing us doing birds a lot. So, but people are usually have multiple genres, and that's where you get in trouble, because the more genres you have, the more different lenses you have to have in your kit. So
Well,
it costs you more money.
and today we have seen all sort of, all the possibilities to be creative, correct? So, and that's always good. That's
Yeah.
always great. Fantastic, Kuarasi. Nice meeting
Okay,
you. And
great. Yeah, nice meeting you. Keep up the great work. Thanks a lot. And yeah, maybe chat another time. Have a nice day, and I'll follow the chat. So bye.
Yeah.
Have a nice night, evening.
You too. Thank you for getting up early to comment on your own images. That's fantastic. Now you can go back. Now you can go back to sleep if you want to.
It's 6 a.m. So
6 a.m.
that's
Okay.
Okay. Bye, gentlemen.
Okay. You inspire us all. Thank you very much for your images.
You're welcome.
Take care. Have a good morning, and have some breakfast. So I'm gonna backtrack a little bit. We're going to go to an image that Terry Gardner sent in. We've probably got about 10 more images, roughly, I'm guessing, and then we'll do what we always do. We will go through each of them, like 5-second increments, and go through all 63 of them for those that tuned in late. So Terry's first image. Take a second for it to come up. He wasn't sure what kind of bird this was, so I will we'll talk about that once the image shows up on the screen. Here we go. So this is an anhinga. He took this outside of his office. He says he wasn't sure what it was, but it's an anhinga. And I did a typo here on the camera. Let's see if I could figure out what key I hit incorrectly. I believe he took it with a Z9 with a 70 to 300 millimeter lens at the 185 millimeter focal length, f5 at 1/250th of a second. So this was. It's nice. It's nice when you can look out your office window and get this. And obviously it must be. I'm assuming. I don't know if Terry's in here or not, but I'm assuming it must be a man-made water feature, because you got the stop sign and you got the road on the other side. So it's probably like in South Carolina, where we have a lot of
retention ponds
and wildlife gathers in there. Because I mean, sometimes you drive by down here, you can drive by a Home Depot or Lowe's and say, wow, there's more birds in that retention pond than I saw at the park yesterday, and you're like, I'm going to the park, but you got this retention pond right off the highway and it's full of birds. You never know. I mean, you find them everywhere.
And this anhinga, Jeff, I obviously the image in our end is not percent, but it's also seen to be in breeding plumage, because does it have the green around the eye?
A little bit underneath the eye is green, yes.
Exactly, which happened during the breeding season.
Yeah.
Oh, wow.
But they're now these birds are interesting because they don't have maybe not everyone knows this. I'll just bring it up. They don't have oil glands. So when they dive in the water, when they're in the water for a while, they have to come out to dry their wings. So you're going to see anhingas in this pose a lot. Wherever you have anhingas, you're going to see a lot of them standing on a rock, standing off the entry to the water with their wings out drying, because they don't have oil glands like a lot of other birds do, where the water just beads up and rolls off of them. So they have to dry themselves off, and then eventually they go back in the water to feed again, and then they get out and they dry their wings again. So it's just something interesting about these birds.
Yeah, and as a consequence of what Jeff is mentioning, they typically don't have the same buoyancy like a dog. So, so frequently when they are, in the water, you only see the neck and the head out. So that's why some people call them snake birds,
Yeah,
because they don't have the same buoyancy as other aquatic birds.
yeah,
Beautiful capture, Terry.
yeah. Now his next shot he took, and it's funny because I've been to this park, but I never went to the area where they had the wildlife. This was at Busch Gardens in Tampa, and he says if you look in the background, you can see it like underneath its chest, I guess you would say, where the legs start going down. You can see the roller coaster in the background.
Oh, wow. Yeah.
So it's a D500 he used here with the 70-300. Obviously, this was very early in the morning. The sun isn't really high up yet. You could see some, I don't know what kind of animals they are, but you could see a grouping of animals in the background. Predominantly, they don't have much light hitting them at that point yet. And you got the palm trees. But now I'm not sure if this is, I don't know, those that have gone to the park. Is this one of those parks where Terry's here? Oh yeah, Terry is here. So Terry, is this a park that you drive through with your car, or is it a park where they have like a tram or something that you get driven through the park on? Because I've never been in that part of the park. Just curious. So I know some of the wildlife parks in the U.S. you actually drive your vehicle through them, and others they don't allow that. But yeah, nothing like a giraffe up close, huh? Now the next shot he sent in is really really caught my eye. Really cool. This is a picture of an atrium at the Vinoy Resort and Spa. I don't know where that is personally. He says he was attempting to duplicate some photos from a famous photographer that had a gallery in the resort from the 1940s. This resort is one of the oldest and was opened in the 1920s, taken with the Z6 with the 2470 at f4.5 1/60th of a second at ISO 2000. Yeah, I you have to love the myriad of architectural detail inside of this building. Is wonderful. The arches and then the tile on the floor and the decorations, the lighting on the walls. Really beautiful.
So the location, did he mention the location or not?
Well, the title, the file name was Vinoy at St. Pete. So I'm assuming St. Petersburg, Florida. I would assume. So on the giraffe picture, he says that you walk through that area, but they have a train also. Okay. And then his last image he sent in. Let me find it here. This says this is a they call it the famous Skyway Bridge shot. He says shot from FT. I don't know where. Shot from Fort DeSoto Park. Photo adjusted with Aroma plugin. Okay, I've never heard of Aroma plugin. D55 and the 70 to 300 zoom. I like the it almost blends in with the clouds, the wires that come down, the support wires on the bridge. I like the pattern, the patterns that you see in it, the way the light's hitting it kind of distorts the wires. You see like the strange shapes that are in it.
Okay.
Are kind of cool, It's just the way the light is being reflected off those wires, giving you patterns in the sky. That's neat.
Beautiful.
So Terry, thanks so much for sending in your. Okay, he says the bridge spans Tampa Bay.
Yeah.
Okay. Thanks a lot for sending these shots in. We appreciate it. And I don't know if Roy is still in here with us. Roy had been in the chat quite a bit tonight. He, like I said, he wasn't able to come in on the panel as his wife's feeling not under the weather today, so he's taking care of her. So he only sent in one picture, and he said, if I could pronounce what he typed, talk about it. He made up a word he made up a name for this bird. So you're going to see a bird shot. He called it a pigeon azoceras rosella. Pigeon azoceras rosella, which is, a new species of bird, Roy Bixby's house.
Wow.
I've never seen that before. Wow.
What color, huh?
If you would stop leaving food out for the birds, he wouldn't have the problems that he has.
Exactly.
Yeah, and he's got watering bowls there that are usually for dogs that the birds have. They probably have their baths and whatever in there. So.
Yeah. Dog dishes serves as good bird baths.
Yeah.
But boy, he's got some interesting birds in Australia, that's for sure. He's got a lot of interesting critters in Australia.
He's in. Roy is in.
Yeah.
Just time to embarrass himself. I don't think so.
Beautiful. Beautiful parrot there. Incredible colors.
Yeah. Yeah, with the black in there too, and the black and the blue and a lot of color. Boy, you don't get too many birds with a lot of color, unless you're in the tropics. You see a lot of them with a lot of color, but not so much in the U.S.
But you see, Jeff, we are converting him in a bird photographer, correct?
Yeah, we're working on him. We're
working on it.
We're trying to change everybody.
Exactly.
We're working on changing everybody.
So he said he only shot 3 frames outside this week. So is he standing inside when he shot this, or standing outside?
Exactly.
Or maybe he was sitting down.
Was shot through the glass, Roy, or do you open the window a little bit?
Well, he could open the window a little bit and still be inside.
Exactly.
Yeah. I mean, the bird wasn't going anywhere with all that food sitting there.
No.
Yeah, through the window. Yeah.
So Roy cheated us today and only sent us one image, so we'll have to forgive him.
If I try to put bird feed out for birds to come down, my cat or my dog will pounce on them. So it's not a pretty good sight.
No. Now, Mike Farwell sent in an image, and which is good because it's of something we don't get a lot of images of as well, which is sports. We don't get a lot of sport images. So Mike sent us in You guys remember who was the individual that used to send in a lot of hockey shots? Do you remember?
Mm.
I can't remember who that
Yeah,
was.
I remember the images.
He used to have the cameras in the net, behind the net. He got the shots with the goalie.
Oh, wow.
I can't remember who that was now. So I apologize, especially if you're in the chat and I don't remember who you were. I remember your pictures though, so that's a big thing. Your pictures left an impression. But anyway, we don't see sport images very often. So Mike sent in this image, which will spool up here in a few seconds. So let's be patient with my computer. Here we go. So he said he couldn't believe this kid ran blank near, perhaps right in front of him. I also got him making the catch and running for the TD all within seconds. This was with a Z8, 70 millimeter focal length, 1/1000th of a second at ISO 8000. Look how good that shot is for ISO 8000 for all those that are worried about, I'm never, too many people have the mindset of like when they were film photographers. Okay. A lot of people didn't want to process the film. They wanted to shoot, Ektachrome 100 or color negative film, 100 speed, 200 speed, once in a while 400 speed for black and white. And here you are shooting at ISO 8000, and you could clean up the image to look like this. I mean, we've got nothing to bellyache about, folks. I'll tell you right now, we're spoiled rotten. We are spoiled rotten. Very nice.
Good to capture the moment, correct?
Yes, he captured the moment. The ball's going to drop right in his hands, and he, Mike, maybe next photo review you send in the one, and he says the eyes are as sharp as sin, which is true. Those eyes are tack sharp. The nose is tack sharp through the face guard. The gloved hands are tack sharp. I mean, if you have the one of them in the end zone with it, send that next month. Very good shot. Very good shot. Thank you, Mike.
Yeah. The series would be nice.
Yes. So now we go to, unfortunately, you have to suffer through a few of my images. I hate to do it to you guys. I shouldn't even put any of mine in because this should all be about you guys. So I threw in a few here. So some of these you've seen before because they've been in some of my videos, recent videos. But this one I really liked. And I'm trying to get my mouse back again. I hate it going between the two computer screens. It really mucks me up. So this is what they called. This is in Murrells Inlet, and there's a lot of restaurants around here. Although you can't tell that from this image, you can see that there's a building in the far background. But this is on what they called Goat Island, and obviously a great blue heron, Z9 800 PF at wide open f6.3, 1/250th of a second at ISO 640. This is early in the morning before the sun was high enough up in the sky, so you really didn't have any warm light hitting this image yet. But I liked it. I liked it the way it was. I like driftwood, and this dead tree is just like a huge piece of driftwood, and I just like how it twists and turns, and I think it adds a lot to the image.
The tree is what make the image.
Yeah.
So every time you pass by, you're looking for somebody around that tree, correct, Jeff?
Yeah. I mean, and then you have these banks in the foreground. You see the banks of oyster shells,
Mhm.
and those banks is where the oyster catchers.
Okay.
The oyster catchers will hang out on those banks, and they'll get oysters, and they'll eat them right on those banks. There's another oyster shell bank on. This is taken from a very long pier, very long walkway that
Yeah.
goes out into this, basically into an area. This is an area where you have restaurants. You can rent jet skis. You can go on charter fishing boats. Um, so it's a very active area, and you have oyster catchers are very territorial, and they're not like other birds where you're going to see where you could see 20 wood storks all standing next to each other, or half a dozen egrets, or what have you. Oyster catchers, you're going to have a pair of oyster catchers that are going to cover a certain amount of territory, and the pair from where this walkout, I'll call it a pier. Um, when you're on that, you have these oyster banks on each side, and that one pair of oyster catchers protects both sides. Okay, it feeds on both sides. It makes a nest on one side or the other, and they don't make nests like you're thinking with. They basically just have a depression in the ground, and they might have a few sticks there and a few leaves or whatever, but it's basically just a depression in the ground that they lay their eggs on. And unfortunately for them, during the season when they're having their young is when we have the king tides down here. So we have extremely higher than normal high tides. They're called king tides. And more often than not, their eggs get washed away. And they will then lay more, sometimes, 2 or 3 times to try to have the young, but they're not successful in having young every year because they're just in an area where now the water levels are higher than they've ever been before, and it's getting harder and harder and harder for them to successfully have young and have them get to be adults. But this year we lucked out. We got some pictures of the babies. They made it through some bad storms and they survived. So we did get a couple more young adults into the world this year. But they always hang out on those, like in the foreground, those shell areas is where they like to hang out. So the next image I'm going to show you, the next 3 images I'm going to show you are not National Geographic worthy or anything like that, close to that. But what I wanted to show with these next 3 images is to answer the question: can you take a respectable image on a real crappy day? And I mean cold, windy, dark clouds, no light. Absolutely what you would say the crappiest weather you want to be in to take a picture, and you say, am I even going to get one? And the answer is, well, you decide when you see the image whether or not you find them respectable images or not. But here's the first one in the bunch. So what I try to do on a crummy day is it's a windy day. So don't show the sky, because as you can see, you don't have any beautiful reflections of a blue sky or a sunlit sky in that water. Okay, it's very kind of murky looking, nothing exciting. But to me, what makes this image, or what you try to make out of an image, is you say, okay, the wind is blowing really hard on that bird. I got the little stream of bubbles where it's moving its leg through the water, and I've got the feathers that are wind blown in different positions and give it an interesting look. So you try to salvage something out of a day that was really bad. And you know, if you look hard enough, if you try to take advantage of okay, what is this weather doing for me? Is there anything it's doing that's good? Well, it's blowing the heck out of the wind on these birds. So take advantage of it, right? And the other thing the wind does too is when the birds are flying around, you don't have a lot of light. You can't use a fast shutter speed without having a super high ISO. So with the wind blowing and the birds fighting the wind, it slows them down so much that you could be shooting a bird at maybe 1/800th of a second, and you might be able to get an acceptably sharp image where on a non-windy day that would never happen, you know. But because you got the wind, you can get away with it. So here's the second image of this horrific day, and I just like the pose. I like the pose here with the head turned, like, you know, you looking at me, or, you know, what are you looking for? What are you trying to find? And this was a high ISO shot. This was wide open with the 800 f6.3, 1/800th of a second, ISO 9000. ISO 9000. So don't give up even on what, you know, what you would categorize as a crummy day, because you can find a decent picture in a crummy day, believe it or not.
So 9,000 is not high.
9,000.
And windy days are the most tricky ones. Okay? Windy days, animals don't like wind.
No, they don't. No, they don't.
The ones that fly mess them up. The ones that are, you know, all the mammals, mix all the odors and smells, so they don't know where the predators are. So not the easiest day.
What was funny was the wind was to my back. Okay, so the wind was to my back, and they always fly into the wind. But what's funny was before the wind picked up, because it wasn't windy the whole time, but before the wind picked up, they all lined along the bank, and their backs were facing the wind. And then almost like somebody blew a referee's whistle or whatever, and all the birds went in the air. They went on the opposite side and turned around, so they were facing into the wind. So they went from one side to the other, and they got in position. So when they're ready to leave, they're flying into the wind, which is what they always do. And this last shot I took is I just call this early dinner. Gray egret. This is a wide open one, and this is at 1/800th of a second, ISO 4500. So I would never. It's acceptably sharp. I mean, if I zoomed in on the eye, it's pretty darn sharp. The fish is pretty darn sharp. So the feathers, I don't mind them being a little blurry along the edges. I mean, a lot of the pictures I take intentionally, I want the wings to be a little slightly blurry just to show movement. But you know, the shot was, you know, I thought was pretty good considering the conditions that I was shooting in, and it got a decent sized fish. I don't know how it found one that was decent size, since most of them croaked earlier in the year, but I guess they grow up fast. I don't know, but that is it for the photo review. So we had 63 images. Congrats to everyone. Great job, everyone. And I'm going to quickly go back to the beginning, and I'm going to bring up each image for like, we'll say 3 to 5 seconds. And we'll look at all 63 images. And we all get to enjoy them all again. So let my drive spin up, and I do have some topics to talk about tonight. It is 12:30, but you know, we go for a little while longer. and we're just gonna like zing through these.
So are you doing a slideshow or are you just clicking the mouse?
I'm just clicking the mouse.
Okay. All right. And
Choo choo.
Where are
And
the
here,
climbers in this picture, Jeff?
what on the first one?
Yeah.
He said they were just dots.
I show you later. I show you later, David.
Okay.
Because I can share that one and then we can zoom in. It's difficult to zoom in when we're doing the show.
Yeah, it's just that bug that's around it.
Yeah.
I figured
I
it was
see
going
that
about.
the bug. The problem is that I cannot. Jeff is the only one that can manage the bug at this moment.
Yeah.
Yeah. Let me bring up my panel here.
Your bug detector.
oh wow.
Actually, no, you pass. You pass. They are above that. That's actually the bed. Do you see there in the almost in the middle? Do you see that is that bed that I show you where they? But the guys are all
right there.
That's
Right
the
here.
bed. So follow up from there. Follow up from there. Then there is hold on there. You see that? That's it. Like it looks like an inverted V, a little bit
Here they
higher.
are.
That's
There
the
they
guy.
are.
That's the guy.
Oh
There
my.
they are.
And the other guy is actually to the
Right.
left under that, a little bit further to the left. Underneath that, you only see the legs. No, you went too far.
Oh, right there.
Exactly.
Oh
Oh,
my.
Oh,
Hey, let me tell you. Let me tell you. Zoom back. Zoom out. Because again, trips and tribulation. Correct. I should have done something here which I didn't. Correct. That because yes I did. I have I went and look for the 100 because with the 24 to 120 you could not see anything. So I went get the 100 to 400. Okay, which is fine. Correct.
yeah.
What I should have done is a vertical panel to show the entire cliff. And I didn't do that. So that's the kind of thing that, you learn with your own photography. You say, oh, I missed an opportunity here because you guys cannot see the magnitude of the wall there. Okay.
Yeah.
The other side of the canyon, this is called chasm view. Right. Anyway, so let's continue.
When we got to these, I'm like just shaking my head like you could write me out a check and wave it in my face for $1 million and you wouldn't see me thinking about doing that.
You need to zoom in a little bit, Jeff.
You would not see me doing that.
Exactly.
Did you use a teleconverter or you had the 1 to 400?
The first one was with the 1 to
400.
400.
This is
and this is with the 800.
Oh,
800.
Oh, wow.
800 cropped.
And crop.
And cropped. Yeah, look at that. It's like, stretch out a little more and see if those pants hold up, baby.
And I show you another detail here. If you look at the guy that is with a red shirt, right?
Yeah.
And I only realized that he had taken his shoes off, his special shoes, and he's barefoot. Correct. So when they go and rest in one of the ledges, because I saw the other guy doing it afterwards, correct? They take the shoes off and rest their feet. It's amazing.
Well, you feel better. Yeah. You feel the rock better.
Good luck to them. Good luck to them. I can't look at them anymore. I got to look at a bird. I feel better now. So
The
we're
bird
gonna
can be that high and we think nothing of it.
Exactly. Zoom a little bit, Jeff, on the so that it occupy the frame, okay? And scroll up a little bit.
Yeah, there you go.
Yeah, excellent. Thank you.
That's a great shot.
Yeah. The road to nowhere.
I've actually been there where that was taken.
So I guess it's not a road to nowhere if you've been there, right?
Well, and I'm back.
So we got a lot of really good. We got so many good shots tonight. I mean, it's really great. You know, and we got David's shots.
You want to zoom back out?
Yeah.
Maybe not that far, but anyway. Yeah.
Difficult to control the zoom.
Well, it's
yeah. The Calgary Tower is made it into one of my shots and two of Joe's shots tonight.
Exactly.
Yeah, you guys got to meet up here because you're kind of like you're close to the same area.
I think we only live 3 blocks apart.
Oh, wow. Really?
Yeah. I don't know where he lives, but I'm just looking at his photography, and every so often you can see out the window is where he is, and just going by that.
Oh wow!
And you can you hear his drone coming after you.
That's a shot. Oh man!
So actually, there's 4 shots to the Calgary Tower.
Then we get into.
Is there a restaurant in that tower, or?
I think there still is.
Yes, there is.
Then we get into Joe Man's land.
Yeah.
Shots?
No, Joe Stroud.
Joe Stroud. Yeah, Joe Stroud. Sorry. Yeah. Getting my Joes mixed up. Nothing worse than getting your Joes mixed up.
Yeah, this is pretty good for 1/60th of a second. Yeah.
Yeah, there we go.
Yeah. Yeah, those eyes are just eyes in the face, tack sharp, perfect.
Oh, yeah.
That's a nice pose, you know. Because it's not looking at Joe, because I mean, it's looking up a little bit, unless Joe's up in the tree, which I don't think he was. So
trying to catch,
a
smell.
Yeah. Oh, I'm gonna have to back off the zoom here. What happened? What happened?
There we go.
There we go.
That's really narrow depth of field when the head's in focus and the feet aren't.
Yeah.
Well, those things are tiny. Yeah. Just maybe 4 centimeters.
Yeah.
4 or 5 centimeters.
Yeah, these are beautiful. I really like this one a lot. This one I really like. I like the color of that bird. Is gorgeous, just gorgeous.
Mm-hmm.
And I mean, it looks like
looks like a palm tree almost hanging down.
Exactly.
Right?
Like an umbrella.
It's just grain. It's just like, it's everything on there. It could eat that whole thing if it wants to.
Mm-hmm.
Snow. This is what you see when you're in hell. all those hot rocks. You got all those hot rocks around you.
So how old is that one, Randall?
The rocks or
No, the lava lamp, because the lava lamp from the 60s were with that blobs, correct?
right, but it was with the bubbles. Now with
Exactly.
the rocks, I think this was around 2000 when she got it. So
Okay.
yeah, but
Yeah,
I've
I
never
used to
seen
have
it
the old-
anywhere else. So
I used to have the old lava lamps with the that got really hot with the liquid in it.
yeah,
Exactly.
and then the bubbles, you could hear the sound burgling. Yeah.
And don't we all think this or want to think this?
Yeah, go to sleep when you want to, get up when you want to.
Yeah. The double doggy.
Except when you had dogs, Randall. Then it's
Yeah.
when they wanted.
Get up when
Right,
they
right.
want you up. Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, my dog and cat do good for that.
Wow.
This is me if I don't shave for a week.
We don't want to mess you up here, Jeff, but zoom in a little bit. I mean, I like to see the eyes. Wow. The texture in the skin. Amazing.
Can you zoom into the eyebrow or the eyes itself? Yeah, if you can.
Oh, boy.
I'm just trying to see the reflection. Okay. Wow. He's looking right at him. So was he in the cage or was he in the forest?
No, these are not in the forest. These are the real deal.
Wow.
These are in the wild.
Yeah, the forest. Okay.
These are in the wild.
Or the jungle. Yeah.
In the jungle, yeah.
Wow.
And
jeez.
yeah, drive is spinning up again, guys. So we gotta. Bear
You're
with
going to
me.
have to get foot pedals for it to speed it up.
Yeah, I by this hour I run out of gas. I can't pedal anymore.
Oh yeah. You don't want to get too close.
Yeah.
That's amazing.
Actually, David, is 6 eyes. Okay? You have 4 in the front and 2 in the back.
Oh.
Imagine if you were a card player with 6 eyes. These are Ava's shots.
Yeah, they're great.
Yeah.
Bournemouth, England.
Yeah, on this road, it's 1 lane, 2 way.
Louisiana. That's a great shot.
Yeah.
See, here in the United States, they have reefs and flags, but I like the candles. Yeah.
Yeah, the candles are really like wow.
Yeah, they were up for the day. Yeah, and into the evening.
And David, in Canada, you also wear the poppies in your lapel, correct?
Yeah.
You know, just sit back and suck up all these great shots. You know, it's like, oh man, it's like we get to look through a free photo book every month. You know.
And get to talk to the photographer about them, you know?
Yeah. This one is that I'd love to see that place. That just looks phenomenal. It looks phenomenal.
But better than a photo of that hole in the Shining, correct?
Yeah, yeah.
Which, by the way, that's a hotel in Canada, but the story happened here in Colorado in the Stanley Hotel.
We got Scubarazzi shots.
Yeah, that's still a great shot.
Oh yeah. Yeah, they just have the squid as your, if you got a dive light on them, the coloration as they flutter and move, the colors change, and like you said, if they blend in with they can blend in with the environment like a chameleon.
The Calgary Tower.
Yeah.
4 times.
That's a perspective of the Calgary Tower that not many people see.
I had a friend of mine, his office overlooked the tower. He could see down on the top.
Wow.
You can see if they don't clean it. The drone shows you all the areas that don't get cleaned.
I had another friend of mine that he was a firefighter, and they used to have to go up there and practice evacuating people by rappelling off the tower.
Wow. That tree is wonderful, Jeff. I like your grape heron, but I like the tree better.
Yeah, I do. Yeah, the tree made the shot. The bird was a bonus, but
exactly
the tree made the shot. But here, this is 200%. I mean, that at 1/800th of a second, that eye's pretty sharp. That's 300% right there.
Boy, that's excellent.
You can't complain.
Fantastic.
But so anyway, so there's all of our images, folks. I mean, phenomenal job. I can get back to a normal screen here. We can see each other again. Everybody looks big like big boys now. I do have some. Oh, we do have another commentator coming in. Let me find him. Oh, I think this is him.
Jeff called me in the middle of doing another coffee commercial. Always picks the wrong time to call. I know a bunch of so-called celebrities have tried to pressure you to subscribe to his channel, but I'm here to tell you, do whatever you want. He can be a real pain. I don't care if you're feeling generous for the Xmas holidays or not. He has interrupted my commercial shoots one too many times. There, gotcha, Jeff. Bet you didn't see this one coming. Ha, ha, ha.
Anyway, on that note, I will bring up some. I do have a few other images to share from. Let me find some information here.
I think Roy tried to send another one in also. So
let me.
And I saw earlier in the chat.
Well, let me.
And I think Rakesh too.
All right. Well, this is the other one that Roy tried to send in. So let me do a share. Boop, boop.
Oh, that's nice.
It is nice.
I like this one, Roy.
There you go. This one's not outside your window. Well, it might be outside your window, but not right outside your window.
Yeah, the key step 2.
Go ahead, Rakesh.
Okay, so let's.
He's not sending it yet. He said,
Yeah, I will find them. I will find them.
They're outside the window. Those are lovely, Roy. Your bird photography is getting better and better.
Yeah. We're gonna ruin them yet. We're working on it.
A black pigeon. Well, anyway, I'm gonna see you guys later.
All right.
And have a good evening. And don't enjoy all the good photography yourselves, you know. Remember to share it. And this is the good thing about this Saturday night is everybody gets to share their work. Yeah, and Jeff does a fairly decent job of showing us all, and this commentary is great. You know, and Randall, you could always be like me and retire twice and I'm working on the third time. So, yeah. But anyway, you guys have a good night and I'll talk to you later.
Good night, David.
Good night, David. Have a good one. Thanks for coming on. Yeah. Thanks for all the images.
Anita was fantastic on her pics too.
Yeah. Very good. Everything was great.
Wow, that's a good image.
Yeah, so I just have this in my email, guys, because it's just I'm not going to go through the whole process of sucking them in and moving them around and doing this and doing that. But at least you guys could kind of see Rakesh's shots here. This is Nikon Z14 to 24 2.8 on a Z7 II, f2.8 for 10 seconds each for 16 photos stacked at around 18 millimeter focal length.
Oh my!
Great photo, Rakesh.
Boy, you guys have the patience of a saint, like I say. You know, this is his next one. And let me move it up. Oops, not doing a good job getting it up here. Let's see. Yeah, it's just the way it is in my unfortunately it's just the way it is in my email. Can't do much about it.
It's a great image.
But that second one is, I'm going to have to scroll down for a minute to get the second one is the Z with a 21.8 f2.2. I think he meant to say f22. Nikon Z7 II, 10 seconds each for 16 photos stacked. Holy moly.
But all I presume is a pier or something that we only see the pillars, but the pillars in the water look almost like little ghostly figures, correct? Coming out of the water.
Easter Island. Easter Island on the beach.
Yeah, 2.2. Okay, aperture.
Very good, Rakesh. Very good. I like it.
You know what I'm going to do? I'm going to do this
here. We're doing the contrast.
I gotta give Rakesh his a little more attention here on this.
Okay.
So we're gonna So what I'm gonna do is I'm going to show you the whole image. There's the whole image, folks. Yeah, there's the whole image.
Wow.
And
in New Jersey. Oh wow.
then I'll open up the other one. I'll open up the other one. Come on, mouse, work. And there's the other one.
Yeah. That's still nice.
And those are recent. Rakesh, are they recent photos, recent captures?
It was during the Canadian wildfire. That's what he said.
Oh, okay.
So the atmosphere was hazy. So if you follow the pier from the beach, you can see a little light in the horizon. Wow.
Right over here.
Yeah. That no, down right on the if you follow the timbers.
Yeah.
And then right at the edge of the horizon, I see a little light.
Oh, right there. Yeah.
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 Wow.
Once again, great job. A lot of patience. A lot of patience. Let me see if we got any others that got snuck in that I'm not aware of here.
He's crashing his white. Yeah. June of 2023.
Yeah, I think that's it. So that's it for images. So that's all the images. So let me get out of this. And go back to my. Oh no, I got to get the right file opened up. Let me just see what I missed. Just some general information for those Mr. Mosman who wasn't able to join us tonight. He let me know Nikon Rumors was talking about a new Godox flash that got launched. It's a retro flash. It's small. They show it on a Nikon ZFC. It's called the Lux Cadet Retro. It's $95. Guide number of 32.8 feet at ISO 100. So it's perfect just for shots of family in the house during Christmas parties or Christmas time or whatever. Has auto and manual mode with 7 power levels from full power to 1/64th power. So it's a pretty good for, casual shooting, family and friends at events in your backyard, inside your house, that type of thing. To some folks' dismay, the Nikon ZF is a big hit. I know a lot of people didn't want it to be a big hit. They didn't think it was going to be a big hit. They thought it was a bad move by Nikon, but it's such a big hit. It's out of stock at many retailers.
Yeah.
And Nikon received the 2023 DGP Imaging Overall Gold Award for that camera. And they said they're surprised. They see a demographic shift with people buying that camera is it's attracting younger buyers in their 20s and 30s. Exactly what you need to do to get people into the brand and then migrate to other bodies as time goes on, as their skill set goes up and what they want to do maybe requires something else. But They did not make a mistake with that camera. So I say poo-poo to all those people that were poo-pooing the camera, because the you-know-what is on you. The camera's doing great. Now, Nikon surprised me. They put out a firmware update for a bug fix on a 4-year-old Nikon Coolpix P950 Super Tele camera. Those are the ones that have the real long lenses on them.
Bridge cameras. Yeah.
And a lot of people buy them. They can't afford multiple lenses. They want to have something that'll give them an extremely wide zoom range. And they go for a camera like that. The sensor is small on it, but they're fun cameras to use if you've never used one. And of course, you got Cyber Monday and all these other places. How many Black Fridays did we have before the real Black Friday? How many? Cyber Monday, and then you'll have Cyber next Monday, and there's more opportunities to spend your money than you can ask for. Simon, I watched Simon from Ordinary Filmmaker. I watched a little of his show the other day, and he surmised the Canon R1 is going to come out in February of next year. So Canon, we don't know what the R1's really going to be. Some are saying it's going to be quad pixel autofocus instead of dual pixel autofocus. And that has its negatives too. Okay, the more focusing elements in your pixels, the less light gathering capability. You know what I'm saying? You're sacrificing something else. Okay, so once again, you gotta do your homework and understand the technology and be able to make your own mind up whether is the benefit is the auto is I'm sure the dual pixel autofocus is pretty darn good. I mean, no one's complaining about the dual pixel autofocus. So if you lose, say, some dynamic range or something else gets affected because now you got quad pixel autofocus, look at the other specs. When if it comes out with quad pixel, compare it to the previous generation specs with the dual pixel, and look at stuff like your EV range, your dynamic range, and other things, and see if those numbers changed. Do your homework. See what gets affected, because everything, there's a cause and effect. You focus on one area to make one area better. Sometimes something else suffers a little bit, and you need to do your due diligence and understand what that is before you just jump on board and I got to have that one. That's the new one that came out. And that's the problem everybody has. All the manufacturers come out with something new, and I say all of them, okay, not any one brand. All of them are trying to push that latest and greatest model that they came out with. All of them do it. And sometimes they try to make it out, or some of the YouTube community tries to make it out, oh, those other cameras now are old school, not any good anymore. You can't get a good picture with them. It's like, seriously? Like we said before, the pros don't buy the latest and greatest. They're one or two generations behind. They don't go and buy a new camera that comes out unless it's going to significantly allow them to take a picture that they can't take with what they have currently, do it more efficiently, make it easier so that it takes them less time to produce a given type of image, where they can justify the cost. Okay, the pros are all about justifying the cost before they buy another body. If it's not saving me time, it's not saving me money, I'm not going to invest in it.
Well, but Jeff, there is, but also that shows that there is still room for improvement on the autofocus system. Now, I agree with you that now they're using this other way of autofocus, probably in addition to the way we have in autofocus at this moment, that will add to the computation needs, correct? Because now you have to compute for pixels that are diagonal, correct? And that add to the complexity, but probably more secure. I actually was listening to somebody that was commenting about that some people, if they have some problems focusing, because I think it's vertical lines that don't get to focus. If there is a lot of vertical lines, it doesn't focus well. That I actually, if the camera is on a tripod, they rotate the camera for a little while, put it at an angle, 45 degrees, take the focus, and then come back. So there is always trick to compensate for the efficiencies that we may still have with autofocus systems. Okay?
No, yeah, I mean, and see, that's the one thing pros probably do better than well, obviously do better than the amateurs is if a camera that they own,
That's
they
a
have
limitation.
a situation that they got that they have a situation they weren't counting on, and they have to figure out a way to make the camera that they own give them the result that they want and work.
Exactly.
And they do. I mean, that's what they do. Now, last week, Gustavo, you did a presentation with the Zoom comparing the 180 to 600 to the 600 PF.
Mm-hmm.
And you get into that, when do you use a Zoom? Why would you want to Zoom? When do you want to prime? So on and so forth. Well, I'm going to show you an example, under the tips and tribulations part of the show, which we don't get into as much as I was hoping. I'm going to show you an image that I took that was a lost opportunity. I use the 800 PF a lot. And I make it clear that sometimes I can't get a shot because I can't back up, or a subject can do something you weren't expecting it to do, and it gets closer to you than you can handle, and you're not gonna frame the subject the way you want. You're gonna lose a shot. Well, so I'm gonna show you an example of an image. I'd pay $100 if I could retake this image with my 100 to 600, which I had lent out to my friend Bob. So he's behind me with the 100 to 600.
Exactly.
Now we were all like in a small, somewhat sheltered, had a roof, on it. We're on a little platform with a little roof, and we're trying to catch the birds as they're flying around, within that little window that you have, in that structure. And so I see a shadow appear, and then I hear a splash behind this mound, and I'm like, a bird just hit behind there, and I'm not going to show I think I showed the okay shots on the community feed on my channel earlier this week, a couple shots of an osprey with a fish. Okay. I'm going to show you the shot that I would have wanted of the osprey with the fish that didn't work out too well because I had the 800 and there wasn't a darn thing I could do about it. So I'm going to share you this image because, oh my goodness, if I could have had this full image on a print, it would be on my wall so fast. But this is the stuff that is going to happen. You're going to see this image.
That's still great. You can still crop it, but man, that's a great picture.
So here is the subject, like looking right at me with the fish, and I'm like, I could not avoid clipping the top of the wing. There was not a darn thing I could do about it. There was absolutely nothing I could do about it. That's just the way it was. So I kept the image. I didn't throw it away because I like the image, but oh my, it could have been so much more. It could have been so much more. That's like the one that gets away, and you're pounding your head, and you're like, hey, that. I mean, because I got shots with the 800 that I couldn't have got with the other lens, so it's a wash, But once in a while, you get that special shot, and you're kicking yourself in the behind, and you're like,
There is always tomorrow, correct?
So I'm going to keep this image because I'm going to keep this as an example of what happens, what can happen, right? As they say, what happens, right?
Yeah, but Jeff, even with the 180 to 600, you cannot zoom out that fast, correct? So once you are committed to a focal and the bird is flying towards you, you're done. Correct?
You're done. But now
But I like it.
I'll show you another image that I took today,
and that's it. That's the image, no cropping on nothing. That's as you have it in your raw file.
No cropping. Yeah.
I know your pain.
That's how close it was, Okay. Now, I had a bird of prey that was landing on my backyard fence. And I tried to get it last week. And no lie, I went between my house and my neighbor's house. And I started to walk through the very narrow gap between our houses, because the houses are very close side by side, to just pick up this bird of prey on the end of my fence. I hadn't taken more than 2 steps, and the bird spotted me and flew off.
Yeah.
And I then hustled to the open area. It didn't land anywhere else. I couldn't find it. And I'm like, oh man, I couldn't, I thought it was some kind of a hawk or a falcon, but I couldn't, I couldn't get it in the viewfinder to really tell exactly what it was. It was a decent sized bird. So a week later, today, I had my second chance. So I said, okay, I go on my my porch, sunroom, and I said, I'm going to see if I could shoot through down south. You can get vinyl windows. They're not glass to save money, so I got vinyl windows. I said, I don't know if I could shoot through the vinyl window and have a clear image or not. So I get in the room, and before I even touch the camera, I see the bird fly away. I go, here we go again. But he lands on a fence 2 houses down. I go, okay. So I open up the door and I poke the lens around the corner, and I'll show you a couple of shots that I got, and I was very happy with them. So persistence pays off. You don't give up, and eventually you will have the opportunity to get the shot. And it turned out that it was a red-shouldered hawk.
Wow.
Not a red-tailed hawk, but a red-shouldered hawk, which is a little bit smaller than a red-tailed hawk, but has a lot more color to it. To me, it's a prettier bird. It has more of the rusty orange color in it. It's when it
looks like a corn cob.
So now I'm going to show you an image that I got. I said, okay, I got a few images of them static, facing one way, turned around, facing the other way. I go, okay, I got my static shots. So I said, and he's pretty far away. That's with the 800, he's pretty far away, and that's cropped. That's a cropped image. Wow. Because there was too much empty space to the right, so I cropped it a little bit. So so I said, well, I'm not going to yell or scream or scare him, but I'm going to start moving closer. And by I mean closer, I'm only talking like 10 feet closer than where I am. And I figure he's kind of skittish. If he flies off before I even get outside most of the time, it isn't going to take much to make him fly. And I said, so I obviously want to try to make him fly and see if I can get him in flight. So here's a shot that I was able to get of him in flight, and you're really going to see the color that I was talking about in the wings of this bird.
Oh, that's nice.
It's nice.
You know, and that was, and now the amazing thing was, I have a few other shots of the bird in flight. I got one of him or her when it tried to just started leaping off the fence, and that first shot was blurry, and that first shot along with this shot was at 1/1600th of a second. So from a standing point to initially taking off in flight, these birds are fast.
Yeah.
These birds are fast.
So how do you have to crop this one a lot or not?
Well, because of how I ended up taking this shot, the bird, it was a horizontal shot.
Exactly.
And the bird was far right in the viewfinder, in the image.
No, it's not criticism, Jeff. It's fantastic, actually.
No, so I said, you know, I don't want all that dead space.
Exactly.
So I cropped it to a vertical.
Yeah.
Beautiful. No, I love it. And the day was a little bit cloudy, not so much contrasted light, or.
Well, what I did was I kind of took the I'm trying to think of the give me a second to look it up here. I took the dehaze
Okay.
a little bit because I wanted to darken up the wings a little bit. I wanted to darken it up a little bit because the wings were kind of a little bit washed out, a little bit overexposed. So I kind of darkened it a little bit. I kind of like saturated colors.
Yeah.
So I'd rather have an image slightly underexposed than overexposed. So that's what I did with it. But this one came out sharp. I mean, the head and the claws are sharp. The wing tips are be slightly blurry, but so I'm like, I got in the house. My wife says, "Well, how'd you do?" I go, "I got the son of a gun. I got him." So I didn't have to go. I didn't have to leave my backyard. I didn't have to leave my backyard to get the shot. So I mean, that's wonderful when you can get away with that. I had three swans in the pond today too.
All right.
But
that
I
was
didn't,
nice. I think Flintlock is in and send you an image as well.
Okay. Here's a question for people that are still here. We still got 27 people at this hour.
Yeah.
That's pretty good.
And Kubarasi brought the issue of the firmware that we need to discuss.
What the presumed firmware upgrade to the Z9 and the Z8?
Exactly.
I honestly didn't hear the specifics of what that supposedly is going to do. Other than there's the rumor part that you're going to get pre-capture in RAW, which I think we'd all like to see.
Exactly.
So you know, if that's what it is, that's fantastic. That's fantastic. You
know that even the Nikon ambassadors, like this Christine Allen, that do wildlife for Nikon, one of the ambassadors, that I think it was in one of the events that here in Colorado and also in California. When I went to the podium and talked to her a little bit, that's what she said. So this issue of pre-capture RAW is something that even the ambassadors have been asking for. Because I asked her, "Hey, have you been using this one?" And she said, "When it comes in RAW, I would use it."
Yeah. I would not. I have not used it in JPEG. I don't shoot JPEGs. I just don't.
Exactly.
That's my personal picadillo. I don't.
I thought that they were going to issue a firmware, but the fact that apparently it could be as early as during December, correct? That we may see. I thought that we may see a firmware update for the C8 and C9 in January, but the rumor is that it could be in December.
Well, that would be interesting. I mean, to be honest with you, I'm a little disappointed. I'm going to put up. I'm going to put up the image from Arthur here in a second. I'm disappointed in a way that the 35 1.2 didn't come out for the holiday season.
Exactly.
I really thought that it would. I really thought that was going to come out in in December. And now, people are saying, well, it might not come out until the beginning of next fiscal year, which would be April 1st. I think that's a little bit disappointing. Here's Arthur's image.
It's excellent. I love that picture. Oh my.
Yeah.
Well, it's very good, for sure.
Now those are teals, correct? I think.
No, it's a shoveler.
Are
Well,
they shovelers. What are they?
Yeah, and the middle one.
I think he told me what they were in the. Well, he has it in the file name. It says shovel, so I guess they're shovelers.
Exactly.
Very nice shot. Very nice shot.
And to get them all in the same plane.
Northern Shovelers. Okay.
Yeah. Very good. Great job. Great job, man. So
Yes.
it's it's yeah, we'll see what they do. I mean, it's just kind of like I said. I think everybody was hoping for that 35, but I mean, I myself, I'm not jumping for that. I mean, I got the. I'm thinking more down the road of the 14 to 30 F4 and the 135 Plena maybe next year, and then. I am not going to sell my F-mount lenses for pennies on the dollar. I mean, I sold a few of them to get my Z9. I sold I sold a D850, one of my two. I sold a D850 with my 2 to 500, and then I sold a Panasonic Lumix camera I had with a couple lenses on it to help pay for 2/3 of the Z9. But for what they're willing to give you now,
no, they're not.
I will. They will work fine with the FTZ. I got the 70 to 200 2.8 FLED latest version of the F mount one. I'm not gonna get rid of that to buy the Z mount version. I mean, I don't use that lens a lot to begin with, and that was the thing. I kind of decided my train of thought with lens buying was buy the Z mount lenses where I for the subject I'm predominantly shooting, which right now happens to be birds. So I bought the 1 to 400. I've got the 500 PF. I got the 800 PF. I got so I got the Z mount lenses for that, but then for other subject matter that I don't shoot as often, I'm going to use some of my F mount glass. I mean, I'm not going to just throw it away. I mean, it's an insult what they're getting for it. I mean, it's if you could get 50%, if I knew I could get 50% of what I paid for it, I'd probably trade it in. But you're going to get 25% of what you paid for it.
If you're lucky.
If you're lucky, it's not worth it. It's just not worth it.
On the other hand, Jeff, unless you're a collector, if you don't take those lenses out, then they are not doing great either, correct?
No, but well, the one that I really don't need, because I have the 105 macro for the Z mount, is I got the 105F mount. But the 105F mount was like a $900 lens, and they want to give you like $150 for it.
Wow. Yeah, that's
And it's
ridiculous.
just like, you know what? I would rather donate that lens to someone going to photo school and give it to them
Exactly.
than and help somebody out rather than get the $150, to be honest with you. A question my friend Bob had, because this became a something that actually happened to him, was there's some confusion. The way Topaz was offering this package deal with Topaz AI package for stills and video. There were a number of people that I knew that the way the marketing was for the video part of that package was well, I don't want to say many. Some people thought that it was a video package, that it wasn't an enhancement package. They thought it was a full-blown video package that had AI in it, which isn't what it is. It's like you have, Topaz AI, denoise, or whatever for your stills, and it's kind of like that technology for the video, but it doesn't actually do the video.
But so how does it work? It works like with
it's like it's almost like an add-on. It's like, okay, you go and you use Final Cut Pro, or you use whatever you're using, and you process your video, and then you put it into Topaz AI, and it'll go and it'll improve the quality of the video, but it doesn't do the video. You know what I mean? It doesn't.
Yeah.
And I think the way they marketed it is people bought that package thinking that it was like a full-blown video editing package with AI, and it's not. So I know a few people they're trying to get their money back.
But for video, because I don't do that much video, but so it works different than when you buy those filters or those packages for the photo. You typically, in your workflow, let's say in Photoshop, you call that, or you in the pre-processing, you do that Topaz AI. Here you do it at the end when you have your complete video, then you put it on that software.
Yeah, I don't think you would do it at the video, because most videos you're gonna clip sections out of it. You're going to, and that's the thing too, is I guess it's very processor intensive, where you have to have like a real high powered machine to even use it. And then for a very short video clip, it can take hours for it to do it.
Oh, wow.
It's not something that's minutes. It's something that's literally hours. So,
but you do it on the clips, or you do it on the...
Well, you're doing it on that 5-minute video or whatever you did.
At the end. Okay.
But so I'm just curious if people have bought it and they've used it and they're happy with it, or they bought it and they're like, I can't use it. My computer's not powerful enough. I didn't realize it was such a memory hog, or whatever the case may be. So if there's anybody out there that bought that combined package and they're using the video part of it, I'm curious to get feedback from people that have used it, to share on the channel, for us to share that information on the channel. So if you've used it, like it, don't like it, whatever, send me an email with some information, or come on the chat on a future show and talk about it, because I think people have an interest in understanding what it actually does, what it does well, what it doesn't do so well. Is it worth the extra money? So on and so forth. Let's see if I had anything else. Don't you guys got anything else that you picked up on or noticed?
Well, on the firmware aspect, correct? The fact that that Sony released a firmware app or a firmware update, but you had to pay 150 to get some grid lines.
Yeah, yeah.
That was wow. That was
LOL.
exactly. I mean, I'm sure that if you use that grid for composing your photos, that's fine. But $150, wow.
No, that should see. Yeah, see, they're going down as the old saying. You're going down a slippery slope, my friend. You know that old saying. You're going down a slippery slope, my friend. You start charging for something like that that's really menial. That should be a freebie. I'm sorry. You know, I mean, see, that's the thing. That's the thing that, and I'm going to give all the credit to Fuji. Okay, Fuji was to me the first major camera manufacturer that was extremely consumer conscious and put out a lot of firmware updates for free. Okay. Other companies, including Nikon at that point in time, they were only putting out firmware updates for bug fixes. Okay. They weren't doing much of anything else. Now, eventually, Nikon saw the benefit that Fuji obviously did of providing free firmware upgrades. So look at the two significant firmware updates for the Z9 that were like it was almost like, okay, you got a Z9 2 and a Z9 3. I mean, they were significant enough changes where most other brands have not done that. And if they have made those improvements, they put out a new camera body. And that tends to be what Sony does a lot of. They put out tons and tons and tons of camera bodies.
Yeah.
But, you know, you'd get dizzy trying to figure it out because they'll say, well, this new body, oh, it has the viewfinder from the A7R4, but it's got the back screen from the A7 III, and it's got this from an A9, it's like, okay, what do we got left over for parts, and let's put another camera together. It's
and
like
they charge more for it.
And and it's like it's very, very confusing for the consumer because
$150 for grids. Come on.
Choice is good, but when you have so many, it makes it hard to know which one is right for you because that one's got this from that one's got that from this. It's like, oh my God, crazy. Scubarazzi saying, talking about what we just kind of mentioned as the rumor, I think we all hope they bring the raw pre-release capture. And I think that now there's going to be a limit, of course, of how many images they're going to be able to do because of the buffer or whatever. And you're going to have to have a fast, you won't be able to have a cheap CFEB card. Okay, you're going to have to buy one of the recommended cards, not one of the cheap cards. You're going to have to buy the Cobalt, Pro Grade Cobalt, or the Delkin Black, or something like that, to be able to facilitate that kind of stuff. But yeah, I think the processor is more incapable of handling it, and it's just like. For all the grief of it's only 20 frames per second, so and so's 30 frames per second, but so and so at 30 frames per second isn't the same bit rate, at 30 frames a second as it is at 20 frames a second. Nikon could do a firmware update and do the same thing, do 30 frames per second at a lower bit rate if they wanted to. And in some ways, I'm kind of surprised they didn't because they got so much flack from the YouTube universe, because you're not 30 frames a second. They could have fixed that with the speed of the processor that's in that camera. They could have easily have mimicked what the other guy did if they wanted to, and obviously they just, to them it's not important enough. They're happy with having a consistent bit rate for their frames per second, whatever you choose to use, So it's everybody, it's always easy to be the Monday morning quarterback and pick apart any camera company, and they all have some things that you go, oh, that's great, and then they have a few things where you go, it's okay, but not as good as I wanted it to be. And they're all like that. There's no perfect camera. Nobody makes the perfect camera.
If they did, no one else would buy any other one. So, yeah.
But also the opportunity here for those firmware update, going back to the Z8 and the Z9, is also to, for the Z8 to get the not only the pre-capture, but the auto capture, right? And for the Z8 to get the bird mode in the autofocus. So there is some potential significant, if that happen, and obviously we're looking forward to see that happening here. If it's in December, that would be fantastic, because as people are, during the holidays, they will have more chance to experiment with it. Not for Randall or me or Jeff, that we're retired, because we can experiment anytime, but everybody else. So anyway, that's good. I think Arthur sent you another image as well.
All right.
But no, that's if that happened here soon, that would be fantastic.
Flintlock, you could send me your Osprey photo if you want. We're going to be on for a few more minutes anyway. Now, it's just technology could be good, but I think what you get into trouble is kind of like what the problem you had with computers and software. Okay, the software would be more advanced than the hardware, or the hardware would be more advanced than the software.
Yeah, that's right.
And so if your hardware, I'll just make something up to make it sound more dramatic than it is. But let's say your hardware just jumped ahead 5 light years ahead, Well, if what you need to take advantage of that hardware change is not 5 light years ahead as well, then it doesn't do you any good.
That's right.
It's a talking point. It's not something that adds value. So when any camera manufacturer comes out, I don't care, Nikon, Olympus, Canon, Sony, doesn't matter, any of them, they come out with some new thing, do your due diligence, do your homework. And what happens is we listen to all the people that are trying to, all the people that are monetized on YouTube, okay? Too many of them, when they get there, they're trying to get that 40,000 subscribers, 100,000 subscribers. They're trying to quit their full-time job and make all their money on YouTube, and so on and so forth. They're making commentary on something where all the information isn't out there yet. Okay. They don't have the manual for the camera. The manual hasn't been written yet. The manual isn't out there yet to read it. So in all fairness, a lot of these cameras are marketed and in people's minds sold, and they want it before they don't understand the limitations, if there are any, until after they've bought the camera. And then it doesn't do something they thought it was going to do, or it doesn't do something that somebody on YouTube told them it was going to be able to do. And then they read the manual, and then they go, oh, if I knew that, maybe I wouldn't have bought the camera. Okay. So sometimes it's better not to be first. It's sometimes better to wait until the YouTubers have had the camera in their hand for a while. They've shot a couple thousand images with it, and then they give you their opinions, and those are much more valid than what you get in the early days. You shouldn't want to make a decision based on what's being said in the early days, because no one's really played with it yet. No one, whether it be a Z9, no one tried 120 frames per second JPEG yet.
Well, you know that the people that design the software, that knows the software inside out or the camera, they are not the best at testing, because they're going to test it with the knowledge of how they design it, correct? That's why beta testing typically is done by a different group or a different company or different community, because the people that design, they're not going to be able to know all the opportunity, they're not going to test it properly. Okay? So anyway, we're going to see.
That's why I like Raymond Parker, because he does that. He looks at it for 6 months and then he'll put the product up and talk about it.
We'll bring up a few more images here that we got sent in. And this is from Arthur as well. Kestrel, he says, this is otherwise known as a Kestrel. But this one is the smallest classified falcon in North America. He was hard to photograph because he's so small. And this one had caught a dragonfly. So if you look close enough on the, I don't have it in my software, so I can't really make it bigger, unfortunately.
But it's a good image.
Yeah, I can see the wings of the dragonfly hanging down underneath his beak.
Oh, what happened? What did I do? There we go.
Yeah,
you can see it right here. Right in here, the dragonfly.
Arthur, very good. Love Kestrel, American Kestrels.
I don't even know if I've ever seen one, to be honest with you.
Yeah.
I don't know that I have. Are they? I don't know. I guess I'd have to look up if they're actually near where I live or not. Not sure.
I think it probably, but they are definitely not around the coast. But I think they are in. I can check here, but I think they are in the entire North American United States. It's
Oh, he says they're in Florida.
Yeah.
I'm sure there's Carolina too. So I mean, maybe they're here. I just never seen them. I think. Do they tend to be near inland bodies of water more than near
they hunt actually grasshoppers and dragonflies, so they eat a lot of insects. Okay.
Yeah.
And but the other thing that they do, certainly in the European kestrel, which is very similar, is a species. They hover, correct? So difficult to capture the way Arthur captured it here when they're flying, but sometimes they hover and then pounce on a mice or of a grasshopper. Right? They also nest in holes, so they use woodpeckers, abandoned nest hole to. So if you find a hole with a kestrel nest, that's a fantastic opportunity. What I didn't see, we can ask Arthur here, there is sexual deformation between the male and the female American kestrel, and their pattern is different in the wings and in the face. but they're beautiful. I don't know. I couldn't see whether this was a male or a female.
Are the males the one with the colors, and then the females are kind of brown, or?
No, they both actually. In this case, they are both equally beautiful, but different patterns.
We got a few images here, a few more images here. We are going to try to call it quits at 2:00.
Yes.
I mean, we've had a very, very busy and active show with a few, hopefully a few jokes that people appreciated, I hope. This is from Jim, AKA Real Nikon Lover. He sent in 3 images. So, so we will throw them up on the screen quickly before we hit that 2:00 mark. And Flintlock, what you could do sometime is, if you wanted to, you could put together some kind of a presentation if you wanted to show a style or whatever that you may have with your wildlife photography that's unique to you, or talk about how you got a certain shot or whatever. And we could segment some time and have you come on the panel and share your images and talk about it. So we're always up for that, for anyone in the audience to be able to participate and share information, because none of us get any better if we don't learn from the guy next to us. Right?
Exactly. And of course, the January 6th photo review is also another possibility, Arthur.
Yep. There's a mouthful, huh? Looks like a squirrel with buck teeth.
And a short tail. So somebody took care of that tail.
Yeah, somebody had a bad day.
Exactly.
And then we got one more here. And let me.
And Jim, you just got that lens, correct?
You're talking the 800?
No. I think Jim, the real Nikon lover, I think early on he said that he just got that
The 105.
105 MC.
Ah, okay, yeah. I think he did just get that.
Yeah.
Here he goes. Here's another one. There's a happy squirrel.
Exactly.
Are those almonds salted or unsalted? But once again, I think we had a very successful photo review for the last one for 2023. It didn't disappoint. We had some images from some folks we didn't expect to get images from, like Sanjit. Was not anticipating that he was going to have the time to send any of his work in, and and the interesting stuff that Scuba Razi does, and Rakesh, with the whether it be photo stacking or HDR and all these different images styles that they use, or combining 13 photos and doing all this stuff. And I tip my Nikon hat off to you here. Here we go.
All right.
I'll tip off my Nikon cap to you guys, because maybe next week, being closer to the holiday, I'll end this with a little bit of a story. Those of you may remember that I tortured you and embarrassed myself greatly last Christmas time, and where I created my own 12 Days of Christmas and sang to everybody. And unfortunately, I did not get any offers from any record labels, and American Idol didn't call me, and America's Got Talent just said you have none. So I'm like, okay, so some people who call themselves my friends, I'll leave it at that, have said, well, you gonna come out with another song this year? The answer is no. But I'm not going to do it tonight because it's too late in the show. Maybe next Saturday night, I'm going to share the Jeff Neville version of "'Twas the Night Before Christmas."
Whoa, brother.
Rewritten and edited by yours truly, because I have no life. I have nothing better to do. I have an overactive imagination, and I like to think I'm funny once in a while. So next Saturday, be there or be square if you want to hear "'Twas the Night Before Christmas," the Jeff Neville version. Because we're going to spring it on you next Saturday. And so I think we're about done. So let me just look through the chat very quick here.
And of course, as Kuarasi was saying, and we got Chuck today. That's
oh yeah. I mean,
hey, Martin just show up here.
Hey, Martin, we love your photos, by the way. Okay, first off, we're gonna give you a tip the hat off to you here. We loved your photos, and we loved everybody's photos. I mean, that's the truth of the matter. And,
I must say that this must have been one of the best show.
It was a lot of fun tonight. It was a lot of fun tonight, and I had fun. For the record, I did lie at the beginning and made it out like I had famous friends. I have no famous friends. That was all artificial intelligence that created those voices. It was a software package where I could type in whatever I wanted to type in, and I could change the voice to personality or just
how many options do you have there, Jeff?
Not as many as I would like, and they weren't all as good as I wanted them to be. I thought the George Clooney one sounded like George Clooney. I thought that was good. Arnold Schwarzenegger sounded pretty much like Arnold Schwarzenegger. I don't think the narration was supposed to sound like
the English guy.
The narration that I did was I retyped what Sanjit had sent me.
And what voice did you use?
And I tried to use. It was supposed to be Morgan Freeman.
Oh, okay.
It sounded more like a cross between Morgan Freeman and Barack Obama. It kind of sounded like a little bit of both of them. Homer Simpson sounded like Homer Simpson. That was pretty good. Donald Trump sounded like Donald Trump.
Yeah.
I thought he sounded good. Kim Kardashian, that wasn't too bad either.
Yeah.
I think I think Randall got a little excited when I played Kim Kardashian.
But that's actually, again, when we talk about, and we only have a couple of minutes here, the way technology move. I mean, you can imagine, having a documentary and having it narrated, the intonation and the pause and the certainly what you did with Sanjay's script.
Yeah, but that like
good.
Scuba Ozzy says, it did not sound like Morgan Freeman.
No,
Yeah.
but it was a nice voice.
The inflection and the pausing and that made the narration sound pretty good.
Yeah.
Although it wasn't necessarily a recognizable voice, but I think it worked out okay, but it was not a recognizable voice. But I mean, it was. I hope Chuck comes back next Saturday. Even if it's just 10 minutes of time, just keep popping in, man, because we all enjoyed seeing him. Everybody knows where he's at. Everybody knows what he's working on. He knows better than anybody what he's working on. Okay. And it's the last hurdle. Okay. The speech part is the last hurdle.
Right.
And it isn't something that just gets fixed overnight, but for where he was 5 months ago and where he is now is a huge deal. It's a huge deal because many people don't get to, he is at a point now where he can enjoy life.
Yeah.
He has that one thing that has to be improved upon, but he can enjoy life. He can go out and have a nice meal. He knows what everybody is saying. He could go out and he can enjoy his lens that he bought.
Exactly.
He can do some stuff. Okay. So he has just that one final peg that he has to hammer in, and that's going to take a little bit of time, but he's working on it. I mean, he's constantly working on it every day. So, I mean, I could see there were periods of time tonight when he was talking where you got 2 or 3 complete sentences and you knew what he was talking about.
Yeah.
Okay.
Well,
now there were
he gets frustrated, but the road ahead is improvement every day, right?
Yeah, I mean, I would just like him to show up, like I said, 10, 15 minutes or whatever he wants, because I know he's not going to stay up till the hours that we're on.
Exactly.
But if he comes on,
not yet.
But if he comes on 10, 15 minutes, says hello, everybody sees him. They can see that he looks pretty much the same, a little bit skinnier version of himself, but his wife's going to fatten him up somehow. She'll figure out a way.
Yes.
It just won't be with M&Ms. I'll tell you that. The M&M days are gone. I mean, he was not eating M&Ms tonight. He was eating something else, but it wasn't M&Ms.
For sure.
But anyway, we're past our 2:00 deadline. We're gonna call it a night. Thank everybody in the chat once again. You make the first Saturday of any given month a true pleasure, and I appreciate it. I appreciate you guys for staying on till the end of the show. I appreciate everybody that was on the panel tonight and who's been on the panel in previous months. This was our 20th episode. We had a 2-week break not too long ago. So now we're kind of getting back in the swing of it again and being a smart, again, and getting back in the groove. So, hey, everybody gear up for the next holiday that we have to try to survive.
Exactly.
And then you'll have New Year's that you got to try to survive. So it's going to be a busy month for everybody. And for those who are traveling, be safe. be safe, and I wish you well, and we'll see you next Saturday. So take care, everybody. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Randall. Congrats again on your retirement. Have a lot of fun. Every day is Sunday now. Remember, every day
That's
is
right.
Sunday.
I haven't looked at the clock once.
Yeah, you don't care when you wake up. You don't care what day it is. It don't matter what day it is unless you got a doctor's appointment. So other than that, have a blast. Have a good time. So we're going to end the stream, guys. Have a good one.